Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. I can infinitely improve my spiritual attributes. Chapter 31. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10 days later. In the middle of the night, there were no stars in the sky, only a waning moon. In the calm Jinsha Bay, there is an awning boat floating on the water. Whoops! A figure jumped out of the water, with the momentum of a carp jumping over a dragon's gate. In an instant, it jumped out of the water to a height of more than 10 meters, then rolled in the air and landed straight on the awning boat. This figure is Zhou Shan. After taking Blood Lotus, he dived into deep water to practice. With the help of the water pressure of deep water squeezing his body, when transporting qi and blood, he could make the qi and blood integrate into the skin and muscles faster. This is also one of the practice methods recorded in Guixi Gong. Different martial arts have different training methods. When the turtle breathing technique is practiced in water, the energy and blood can be transported much faster than on land. Some martial arts require someone to hit repeatedly with a wooden stick to break the skin. For example, the Black Iron Martial Arts School, one of the two major martial arts schools that has been open in the outer city for more than 10 years, practices a martial art called Iron Cloth Shirt, which is a horizontal and hard skill. The training method is very simple. It starts with lifting stones. After the ton beats to build up the energy and qi and blood throughout the body, the person is given wooden sticks, whips, etc. to repeatedly beat the chest, abdomen, lower back, etc. As long as you persist for 2 or 3 years, you will be able to reach the point where the skin is tough and hard to be damaged by a knife. But in the process of practicing, you need to apply the unique secret medicine of the Black Iron Martial Arts School every day. If you don't apply the secret medicine, you will not be able to get out of bed after 1 day of practice. After a few times, people will become useless. Zhou Shan can see inside and can detect any changes in his body immediately. With a thought, he opened the properties panel. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. Every day, 1 point of spiritual attribute will be added. Strength: 22. Defense: 26. Agility: 15. Constitution: 50. Spirit: 194. Martial arts: Turtle breathing technique 4th level 85.2%, soul deterrence technique 3 levels 12%, stone fist dacheng 54%, swimming fish movement perfection. After eating all the Baoji blood lotus, although the turtle breath kung fu has not broken through to the 5th level, it is not far behind. Zhou Shan looked at the properties panel. The 4th to 6th levels of turtle breath kung fu all belong to the skin grinding realm. Each of these 3 layers corresponds to a stage, namely cowhide, stone skin and iron skin. At this time, he had already reached the level of cowhide. The defense attribute has been greatly improved, reaching 26 feet, which has exceeded the strength attribute. Once you break through to the 5th level, the defense attribute will inevitably exceed 30 feet. The soul-destroying technique has reached the 3rd level. The 3rd level of soul deterrence technique can outline illusions and form illusions. After hypnotizing the red-scaled snake again and again, and subtly, and at the same time reaching the 3rd level of the soul-deterring technique, Zhou Shan's image outlined in front of the red-scaled snake was that of a demonic snake that transformed into a demon. He subdued the red-scaled snake in a disguised manner, and asked the red-scaled snake spirit to help him find the treasure plant. Under the hazy moonlight, Zhou Shan rode his breasts and slowly disappeared into the moonlight. The other side, Yuwang village is more than 100 miles away from Baisha County. In the middle of the village, there is an extremely majestic courtyard with green bricks and green tiles, and high and deep walls. This is the Fang family compound where the head family of Yuwang village, the village chief Fang Yunhai, lives. It is said to be a village, but in fact it is a powerful local power. The 4 waters centered on Yuwang village, including Tianluo Bay, Duanlong Beach, Wentang Gorge and Ling's Cave, are all under the control of Yuwang village. Only people from Yuwang village can fish in these 4 waters. Other fishermen are not allowed to enter without permission. However, as long as the Yuwang village pays the fishing tax, the county government will turn a blind eye to such powerful people. Daqian 668 years, Yongcheng 3 years. On the 2nd day of September, the sun was obscured by dark clouds. In the early morning, it was drizzling. Village chief Fang Yunhai summoned the elders of each branch to discuss matters in the courtyard. There are only 13 days left before the 1-month period. How many tiger fish have been caught so far? Fang Yunhai, who had gray hair on his temples, sat on the chief seat and spoke slowly. Although his tone of voice was not serious, it contained a sense of majesty, and there was a faint aura of terror around him, as if he was a sleeping tiger. Fang Yunhai is not only the village chief of Yuang Village, but also the #1 expert in Yuang Village. Even in Baisha County, he is still ranked high. A total of 19 tiger fish have been caught so far. An elder with gray eyebrows and white beard replied. 19, more than half of the time has passed, and only 19 have been caught. Fang Yunhai frowned slightly, and then said, how many were caught by the fishing gang? According to the news, the fishing gang caught 22 fish. The elder with gray eyebrows and white beard replied. 22. Fang Yunhai frowned and said, what's going on? The place with the most tiger-striped fish is Shikatwo. Previously, the fishing gang went to Shikatwo to fish. We secretly lured the monsters there and overturned their trap. All the fishermen on the boat were killed. Even from the river patrol team, only one warrior escaped. Since then, the fishing gang has not sent anyone to Shikatwo. We only caught 19 tiger-striped fish. How could the fishing gang catch it? 22 tiger fish, more than us. I heard that there is a fishing king named Zhou Shan in the fishing gang. He alone caught 10 tiger fish in Jinsha Bay. The rest of the fish stalls and fish shops, plus the tiger fish purchased from other lucky fishermen, all added up to 12 tiger fish. Another elder said in a deep voice. Humph, a fisherman from the fishing gang dares to call himself the fishing king. Although I don't want to admit it, but one person caught 10 tiger fish, which is indeed the fishing king. And it was in Jinsha Bay, not in Shifuchuo, which is even more difficult. Luck alone is not enough. If this goes on, the fishing gang may catch 30 tiger fish before us. We must not give up this way of providing fish for the Juling sect. This is a profit of 3,000 taels of silver per month. Quote. The elders below whispered to each other and spoke one after another. Village chief, should we send someone to kill Zhou Shan? An elder suddenly suggested. Except for Zhou Shan, the people of the fishing gang rely purely on luck to catch tiger fish. In this way, it will be difficult to catch 30 tiger fish before the deadline. Even if we fail to complete it by then, relying on the past friendship, the Juling sect will not give the fishing gang the qualification to provide the catch. Friendship. Fang Yunhai sneered and said, if the Juling sect still remembers the past friendship, how could there be such a thing now? For these forces, interests are everything. Only with interests can there be friendship. But you are right, this Zhou Shan must be solved, but it cannot be done too obviously. It is best to let him be killed by monsters when he goes out fishing, rather than die in the city. Otherwise, the people of the fishing gang will definitely guess that it was us who did it. Even if they can't find evidence, they will try to find trouble with us, so this matter cannot leave a handle. Sixth elder, this matter is left to you. Yes, village chief. The sixth elder nodded. The rain is getting heavier. In addition to the heavy rain, there were strong winds. When it's windy or rainy, the waves in the river are also strong, so the boat can easily capsize, and the fishing awning boat is not easy to fix. When you go into the water to fish, you don't know where the boat has drifted when you get up. Therefore, no fishermen are willing to go out fishing when it rains. In the face of strong winds and waves, the boat may capsize at any time. With weather like this, there's no need to go out fishing. Seeing the rain getting heavier, Zhou Shan was too lazy to go out and stayed at home to practice with peace of mind. After taking Baoji Blood Lotus for 17 consecutive days, his physique has improved a lot, and his attributes have reached 50 feet. His physique is strong, and the consumed energy and blood will be condensed again very quickly. If the qi and blood are strong, the body and soul will be strong. The body is strong, and after the energy and blood are depleted, it will be replenished much faster. There is a mutually reinforcing relationship between the two. Therefore, even without the precious blood lotus, Zhou Shan could practice for a longer time, and he kept dozens of precious fish in the pond in his backyard, so his cultivation speed did not slow down much. It rains all day long. In the evening, the rain gradually became less intense. I wonder if Red Scale Snake has found Baoji. Late at night, Zhou Shan finished his practice and came to the fishing pier. At this moment, Zhou Shan saw a figure sneaking around on his awning boat. What's the purpose of this person? Zhou Shan frowned slightly. There was nothing on the awning boat docked at the dock. Every fisherman takes his fishing tools home and does not put them on the awning boat for fear of being stolen. Although the pier is guarded at night, we cannot expect them to be very conscientious. The caretakers at the dock were fine in the first half of the night and would conduct patrols, but in the second half of the night, they basically slept in the house, or a few people gathered together to drink and play dice. No matter what the other party's purpose is, you will know everything once you ask. Seeing the other person getting off the awning boat, Zhou Shan released his spiritual power to envelope the person, affecting his senses and making the person slowly walk in the direction where he was. Who are you, and what were you doing on the awning boat just now? When this person came closer, Zhou Shan directly used the soul-destroying technique to hypnotize him. My name is He Sha, and I am responsible for guarding the dock. Everyone calls me Sha Tu on weekdays. When I went to the awning boat, a mysterious man who was generous asked me to put a bag of things on the boat and hide it. He Sha answered truthfully. What it is? Zhou Shan continued to ask. The mysterious man didn't tell me what it was. I looked at it secretly. It seemed to be bait for fish to eat. He Sha's eyes were dull and he answered all questions. The bait that the fish eat. Zhou Shan frowned slightly. He didn't know what effect the other party would have if he put the bait that the fish eats on his awning boat. Why did this person come to you? Zhou Shan continued to interrogate. I don't know, but more than 10 days ago, someone came to me and gave me 10 taels of silver and asked me to put things on the awning boats of several fish stalls and fish shops in the fish market. The things I want to put this time are the same as last time, it's the same. He Sha said. More than 10 days ago. Zhou Shan's eyes narrowed. He knew that more than 10 days ago, several fish stalls in the fish market sent all their best fishermen to Shikadwo to catch tiger fish. As a result, the boat capsized and people died. Even a river patrol team was destroyed. Only one person reached the goal. The warrior in the skin-grinding realm escaped back. But this warrior was also seriously injured and has not yet recovered. This bait is not the bait that fish eat, it is almost the same as the bait that monsters eat. This is bait that can attract monsters. Zhou Shan guessed in his mind. The two were connected, and Zhou Shan knew that the man in the dark wanted to kill him with the help of the power of the monster in the water. Do you know who the other party is? Zhou Shan continued to ask. I don't know. The other party is wearing a bamboo hat and can't see his face clearly. He Sha said, although He Sha didn't know who the other party was. But Zhou Shan already had a guess in his mind. To prevent the fishing gang from catching tiger fish in Shikadwo, and now they want to harm him, there is no one else but the Yuang village, and only the Yuang village who masters the magic of treasure fishing has the ability to prepare bait that attracts monsters. Fisher King Village. Zhou Shan murmured in a low voice. The turtle breath technique he has practiced is about to reach the 5th level, but the strength he possesses now will definitely not be able to deal with the Fisher King Village, but since the other party has taken action, the matter cannot be forgotten so easily. Indirectly killing dozens of fishermen, you have a bad conscience. Every day when I fall asleep, I dream about the tragic deaths of fishermen and river patrol members, which wakes me up and makes it difficult to fall asleep. You feel guilty, and you are condemned by your conscience every day, and your days are like years. This time, someone finds you again, and you do the same thing. You think this is an opportunity. This is a chance for God to atone for your sins. Tomorrow morning, you decide to go to the fishing gang in person and take the initiative to reveal your crime. Quote. With his spiritual power surging, Zhou Shan's eyes became deeper and deeper, hypnotizing He Sha deeply. I am guilty and I want to atone. I am guilty and I want to atone. Quote. Early tomorrow morning, I will go to the fishing gang and take the initiative to reveal my crime. He Sha repeated it over and over again, with tears streaming down his eyes. After being hypnotized over and over again by Zhou Shan, he really felt that he had committed an unforgivable crime. This kind of hypnosis has penetrated deeply into He Sha's soul. Although it is impossible to have a permanent influence, He Sha is just an ordinary person, and his spirit is much worse than Zhou Shan. It will not be a big problem if it affects him for a few days. After completing the hypnosis, Zhou Shan quickly left the dock. After what happened, he was not ready to get into the water. How did I end up here? After Zhou Shan left, He Sha also regained consciousness and looked around. However, he didn't pay attention to this, and instead walked towards the house where the guards rested. As he walked, he murmured in a low voice, "It's all my fault, I am guilty, and I will go to the fishing gang to reveal my crime early tomorrow morning." Quote. Dakion 668 years, Yongcheng 3 years. On the third day of September, the weather was sunny. After breakfast, Zhou Shan practiced in the martial arts field. After what happened last night, he had no intention of going out fishing today. At least, the potential danger must be eliminated. Calculating the time, He Sha should have gone to the fishing gang to reveal his crime. After getting the truth of the matter, the fishing gang cannot remain indifferent. When the time comes, whether he can find the people hiding in the city in Yuang village depends on the fishing gang's methods, and all he has to do is wait quietly in the house for news. "Ah Shan, this is the silver I got from catching tiger fish after deducting the fishing tax. Please count it." In the evening, shortly after Zhou Shan had had dinner, Zhang Ting came to deliver a banknote. 640 taels, that's right. Zhou Shan took the banknotes and counted them, then nodded. The fishing tax in the Dakion dynasty was similar to the personal income tax in previous lives. However, there was no need to pay personal income tax if the income was less than a certain amount. However, the highest level could be as high as 45%, and fishermen paid a uniform 100% of this fishing tax, of 20. He caught 10 tiger fish, of varying weights, but a total of 800 taels. Excluding the 20% fishing tax, you get 640 taels. However, in addition to paying the fishing tax, the fishermen of the fishing gang also have other exorbitant and miscellaneous taxes, as well as the commission from the fishing gang, the commission from the fish stall, etc., and they only get 20%, which is pitiful. If there weren't so many commissions, the fisherman's life would be much easier. In other words, all the people at the bottom will be much better off, but this is impossible. No matter which world it is, the big fish eat the small fish, and the small fish eat the shrimp. The people at the bottom will inevitably be squeezed and exploited. So, the fishing gang has gathered 30 tiger fish. Zhou Shan asked after collecting the banknotes. That's right, although I don't know what happened specifically, I heard from people in the gang that the fishing gang bought 8 tiger fish from the Yuang village and collected 30 fish. Zhang Ting clicked his tongue in surprise. Said, "It's really strange. The Fisher King village actually sells tiger-striped fish to the fishing gang. It's really unbelievable." Hee. Hearing this, Zhou Shan sneered in his heart. Others may not know, and the fishing gang has also blocked the news, but he knows the inside story. Obviously, the people from the fishing gang probably captured people from the Yuang village, but they did not make any big announcement, but secretly made a secret deal with the Yuang village. The lives of dozens of fishermen and a team of river patrols were only worth 8 tiger fish. In the eyes of those big men, there is only profit. The lives of the untouchables at the bottom are like grass and grass. Ah Shan, you have made great contributions to the fishing gang this time. Even if the commission is excluded, you will be able to get at least 500 to 600 taels of silver from the fish stall shop every month in the future. 500 to 600 taels of silver a month is enough for even a martial artist. Many big bosses in the gang only earn this amount every month. Now that you are in the spotlight and you have just made great achievements, you may not have any problems in a short time. No one dares to take action, but as time goes by, someone will definitely be jealous and come to trouble you. Quote. Now that you are rich, have you ever considered joining a martial arts school to find a supporter? Although everyone calls you the Fisher King now, this world still respects strength after all. With your talent, if you join the martial arts hall, I believe you will be able to become a warrior soon. Only with strength can you protect wealth and be in the world. I caught more precious fish in the 600 miles Baisha River, and I was able to protect myself when encountering water monsters. Zhang Ting said in a deep voice. Backing. Zhou Shan looked thoughtful. Yes, I have a backer. Zhang Ting nodded and said, I was favored by a deputy commander in the river patrol team. The deputy commander's wife did not give birth to a son, so he wanted to let me live in his wife's house. Maybe I will enter the palace later. With this kind of relationship, no one dares to take advantage of me, but that's all. If others want to cause trouble for you, I can't help you. Quote. Clear. Zhou Shan nodded. Since ancient times, a son-in-law is worse than a dog. Although this is a bit exaggerated, a door-to-door son-in-law is indeed not that easy to be. Even if Zhang Ting got into a wealthy family through this, his daily life depends on other people's faces. Even if he becomes a skin-grinding warrior in the future, he probably won't be able to say anything. Zhang Ting asked him to join the martial arts school and find a supporter because he was really thinking about his future. Otherwise, without the strength, I don't know how many people would be concerned about such a profitable fish stall shop and want to occupy it. I will seriously consider it. After sending Zhang Ting away, Zhou Shan also fell into thinking. Zhang Ting didn't know that he was a skin-grinding realm warrior, capable of running a business of 500 or 600 taels a month. However, the turtle breath technique he practiced could only be practiced to the skin-grinding realm. Consider the next step in practice. Moreover, turtle breath kung fu focuses on improving physical fitness and defense. If you practice to the 6th level, you can only reach the level where the skin is tough and difficult to be hurt by a knife. If you want to improve your strength and muscles, you can lift 10,000 people with one hand. The level of jinding and dajin undulating like strings requires practicing other martial arts. First of all, the martial arts gym in the outer city was directly rejected by Zhou Shan. The martial arts gyms in the outer city are too competitive, and fights often occur between the various martial arts gyms. Even if you become a direct disciple, you will often go to the ring for the master, exchange martial arts with other martial arts gyms, and even fight between life and death. How can one practice martial arts with peace of mind in such an environment? Therefore, even if you want to join a martial arts gym, you must join a martial arts gym in the inner city. In comparison, the martial arts gym in the inner city is much kinder. After all, the martial arts gyms in the inner city have been open for decades, or even been passed down for hundreds of years. They have already passed the stage of open struggle. As long as there are no problems with the gym's owner, or the top combat power, then it's basically impossible to defeat him. I now need to practice a martial arts that improves my strength and strength. In the inner city, the martial arts gym known for its strength and explosive power is the Giant Spirit Sect. Zhou Shan secretly thought in his heart. These days, he also learned about the Juling sect. The Juling sect's skin-grinding martial arts is called the Juling Kung. This martial arts can burst out a huge force of 100,000 jin when it is cultivated to the perfect state. Looking at the entire Baisha County, except for the county government, the Juling sect's power can also be ranked in the top 3, belonging to the top power, while the fishing gang that dominates the outer city can only be regarded as a second-rate force. The 3rd year of Yongchang, the 4th day of September. Inner city. Zhou Shan looked up and saw the tall and heavy city wall. There is a high city wall separating the inner city and the outer city. Go in. The soldiers of the city guards at the city gate checked Zhou Shan's waist badge, collected the entry fee, and let Zhou Shan enter the inner city. Waist badges are similar to ID cards. Everyone in Baisha County is registered according to their household registration, and there are traces to be found. In order to prevent pirates from sneaking into the city, everyone who enters the inner city will be strictly checked, and their registered address and why they want to enter the inner city will be asked. Ordinary people who want to live in the inner city for a long time have to buy real estate. But any mansion in the inner city costs thousands of taels of silver, which is not affordable for ordinary people. This is the inner city. Zhou Shan felt that the inner city and the outer city where he lived were completely two different worlds. Especially compared with the dirty and messy shantytowns, it was simply two worlds. The streets in the inner city are not only wide and flat, but also without any potholes. There are all kinds of exquisitely decorated shops on both sides of the street, including jewelry stores, jade shops, silk shops, etc. These shops are basically not seen in the outer city. Most of the people walking on the street and those entering and leaving the shops are wearing silk and satin, followed by servants and maids, and even more than a dozen servants accompany them when they travel. These servants are all wearing clean robes. Zhou Shan walked on the street and went deeper. He found that there were basically no single houses in the inner city, nor were there narrow alleys like those in shantytowns. All of them were tall courtyards with white walls and gray tiles. The main road of the long street can accommodate 3 or 4 carriages passing side by side. Even the small road can accommodate 2 carriages in parallel, and there will be no situation where two carriages meet and cause a traffic jam. Zhou Shan has never been to the inner city and does not know where the Julingmen is. However, as the top force in the inner city, everyone knows about the Julingmen. Just ask someone and you will know the location. Julingmen, we are here. After a while, Zhou Shan came to a wide courtyard with a plaque hanging high. This is it. Zhou Shan raised his head and looked at the plaque hanging above the wide gate courtyard. On the plaque were written the three characters, Julingmen. Here is the headquarters of the inner city martial arts gym Juling sect. There are disciples wearing Juling sect costumes coming in and out. Within the high wall, there are also disciples who are training and shouting from time to time. It is very impressive. There is a long table on one side of the entrance of the courtyard. A young man wearing black martial arts uniform was sitting on a large wooden chair. When he saw Zhou Shan standing not far from the courtyard gate, looking at the courtyard, he immediately got up and walked towards him, then clasped his fists and said, "I'm the giant spirit. Chen Hai, a formal disciple of the sect, do you want to learn martial arts here?" "I want to learn martial arts." Zhou Shan cupped his fists and returned the salute. "Come here, little friend, let's talk in detail." Chen Hai pulled Zhou Shan to sit down at the long table, and then said, "My little friend, do you know some of the costs of practicing martial arts?" "I know that the entry fee is 20 taels of silver a month." Zhou Shan nodded. "That's right, 20 taels of silver a month." Chen Hai said, "However, this is the lowest level. 20 taels of silver does not include food and accommodation. If I live in an outer city, I will have to run back and forth every day. We also have to go to the outer city for lunch. The restaurants in the inner city are not cheap, and we have to pay the entrance fee several times for going back and forth. So the best thing is to include food and lodging, 35 taels of silver a month, and fish and meat every meal. This is mid-range. A higher level package not only includes accommodation and meals, but also medicinal soup. One dose of medicinal decoction to replenish qi and blood every day costs 180 taels of silver a month." Quote. After listening to Chen Hai's introduction, Zhou Shan knew that this martial arts gym in the inner city was not something people from the outer city could afford. The entry fee is 20 taels of silver a month, which is only the lowest level. Only 180 taels of silver can provide a medicinal soup that can replenish energy and strengthen blood. No bottom fisherman can make so much money after fishing for a lifetime. Only young men from rich merchants and landlords who have no worries about food and clothing can afford to learn martial arts in inner city martial arts halls. However, Zhou Shan now relies on the fish stall shop. Even if he does not go fishing in the river, he can still earn 5 or 6 meals a month. 100 taels of silver is considered a small asset. This is just a practice in the blood strengthening stage, right? What if it's a practice in the skin grinding stage? Zhou Shan asked. Practice in the skin grinding realm. Chen Hai glanced at Zhou Shan, and then said, "Young friend, are you getting started with art?" "Good." Zhou Shan nodded. The martial arts hall does not exclude entry into martial arts, but our Juling sect has a complete set of promotion assessments. Anyone who enters the martial arts hall to learn martial arts will start as a registered disciple, and promotion assessments will be held every month. Only by passing the promotion assessment can you become a formal disciple of the martial arts school. After meeting the requirements, the martial arts school will naturally teach the martial arts of the skin grinding realm. However, if you fail to complete the assessment and be promoted to a formal disciple within half a year, you will lose the qualification to continue learning. The Juling sect should be removed from the list to avoid being beaten to death with 3 or 2 punches after going out, which would damage the reputation of the Juling sect. Quote. After becoming a formal disciple, the tuition fee will be increased from 20 taels per month to 50 taels. This is a filial piety money given to the master. Unless the master in the martial arts school sees him as a direct disciple, the tuition fee will be waived. The expenses for food and accommodation, if you can become a true disciple of the teaching mantle, the master will provide all the expenses such as medicine and soup needed for practice. Quote. Chen Hai explained, "I understand, I'll pay 20 taels." Zhou Shan nodded. He is already a warrior in the skin grinding realm. There is no need to pay the highest level of wasted money. As long as he can enter the martial arts gym. After becoming a registered disciple, he only needs to pass the promotion assessment to become an official disciple. Then he can learn the giant spirit gate skin grinding realm, of martial arts. No problem. Register your name, age, and address here first, and then come in with me to pay. Although Zhou Shan only quoted the lowest price of 20 taels, there was no look of disdain on Chen Hai's face. His family comes from a lower-class farming family. He first studied martial arts for a period of time at a martial arts school in the outer city. After achieving some success in practice, he made some money and then came to the inner city to lead martial arts and join the Giant Spirit sect. It is also the lowest grade. In his opinion, Zhou Shan was in the same situation as him. He must have learned martial arts at a martial arts school in the outer city, made money and wanted to join the Giant Spirit sect, which made him see the shadow of his past. After registering the information, Chen Hai took Zhou Shan into the martial arts gym. There is a huge open space in the front yard of the martial arts hall. In the open space, there were hundreds of 16 or 17-year-old boys practicing boxing skills, making loud cheers. These disciples in the front courtyard are all registered disciples of the martial arts hall, and their daily practice is taught by the formal disciples of the martial arts hall. Chen Hai introduced, only when you become a formal disciple can you be qualified to practice in the inner courtyard, so formal disciples are also they are called inner court disciples and are taught by the martial arts master. If they perform well, they will have the opportunity to be accepted by the martial arts master as their direct disciples. More than 100 registered disciples. Zhou Shan was secretly shocked. Just these more than 100 registered disciples, even if the lowest level is 20 taels of silver per person, they can earn more than 2,000 taels of silver a month, and they are earning more than 2,000 taels of silver purely, so there is no need to pay taxes. What's more, Julingman's businesses include escort agencies, martial arts shops, medicine shops, blacksmith shops, etc. In comparison, his fish stall shop is just a drizzle, and all the shops in the entire fish market combined are not as good as Julingman. No wonder, the Fisher King village can earn 3,000 taels a month just by providing catches to Julingman and all other industries. After a while, the two of them walked through the front yard and came to the payment office at the end of a corridor. Chen Hai handed over the paper with the information that Zhou Shan had just registered, and Zhou Shan took out the broken silver that had been prepared long ago. Because the minimum face value of the silver note was 50 taels, he had to ask for change from the Julingman when he took it out. After the broken silver was weighed correctly, Zhou Shan received a waistband representing the status of a registered disciple of the Juling sect and a set of martial arts uniforms, but the martial arts uniforms he received were different from those worn by Chen Hai. Chen Hai's martial arts uniform is black and he is an official disciple of the inner courtyard. The registered disciples in the outer courtyard are wearing gray martial arts uniforms. The direct disciples, who are a higher level than the formal disciples, wear yellow martial arts uniforms. Although the true disciples also wear yellow martial arts uniforms, the cuffs, collars and other places are inlaid with gold threads, making them look more noble. This waist card is only valid for 1 month. Chen Hai said, during this month, you can come to the front yard to practice martial arts with everyone. After 1 month, you can hand over the silver coins in exchange for a new waist card. Only then can you become an official disciple. The waist badge is permanent, and it will be registered and sent to the yamen, so you don't need to pay the city fee when entering the inner city. Quote. Clear. Zhou Shan nodded and put away the waistband engraved with his name and date. After you put on your martial arts uniform, you can go to the front yard and practice with everyone. Chen Hai does his duty conscientiously. After Zhou Shan changed into martial arts uniform, he took him to the front yard to the senior brother who was responsible for teaching the registered disciples. Senior brother Shui, this is Zhou Shan, the registered disciple who has just started to teach. Chen Hai took Zhou Shan to the front yard martial arts training ground. This senior brother Shui is a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. I know, leave it to me. Senior brother Shui nodded, and Chen Hai returned to his post. You are just starting to learn martial arts, so you should know the basic common sense of martial arts. I won't go into details. Please read the Maniu Bodybuilding Boxing book first. This boxing method is the assessment for promotion in the martial arts school. As long as you can practice this boxing technique to a great level within half a year, you can pass the assessment. On the 15th of every month, the martial arts hall will conduct a promotion assessment, and all registered disciples can participate. You should read it carefully for half an hour, and then I will come over and teach you. Senior brother Shui took out a secret book and handed it to Zhou Shan, and then went to give instructions to other registered disciples. Yes, Zhou Shan took the secret book handed over by senior brother Shui. Meniu Bodybuilding Boxing. There are 5 big characters written on the cover of the booklet. Zhou Shanfan looked around and quickly discovered that Meniu Bodybuilding Fist was a different martial art from turtle breathing Kung Fu. Both of these techniques can strengthen qi and blood. However, turtle breathing Kung Fu is a static Kung Fu, and it can be practiced while standing to move qi and blood. Meniu Bodybuilding Boxing is to transport qi and blood through boxing practice. This boxing has a total of 4 major styles. These 4 major postures are Barbarian Bullhead, Barbarian Bull Carry, Barbarian Turnover and Barbarian Bull Crash. Each posture has dozens of different movements. Through these movements, it can transport qi and blood, pull the muscles and bones of the whole body, and integrate energy. Strength. Increase strength. Cultivating this boxing technique to perfection can make a person's body as strong as a bull. Moreover, Meniu Bodybuilding Fist can also be used as a boxing and martial arts technique for combat. Zhou Shan himself has a profound foundation in skills. He quickly memorized the mental formulas, breathing methods, and moves of the Meniu Bodybuilding Fist, and then he started practicing by himself. He took a step forward with his right foot and lunged forward, while his back leaned forward, his hands clenched into fists like 2 horns, and he slowly pushed forward along the direction of his body. This is the move of the Meniu's top horn in the Meniu Bodybuilding Fist. While performing the move, Zhou Shan also immediately executes the mental method in the Meniu Bodybuilding Fist, matching the breathing rhythm to carry the energy and blood. Although it was only the first time for Zhou Shan to practice the Meniu Bodybuilding Fist, with his profound skill, it was not difficult for him to move qi and blood. All he had to do was become familiar with the moves. As long as you are familiar with the moves, you can master the Meniu Bodybuilding Fist. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. Every day, 1 point of spiritual attribute will be added. Strength: 23. Defense: 27. Agility: 15. Constitution: 50. Spirit: 197. Martial Arts: Turtle Breath Kung Fu 4th level 95.2%. Meniu Body Training Fist Introduction 1%. Soul Deterrence Technique 3rd level 15%. Gravel Fist Dacheng 65%. Swimming Fish Body Technique Consummation. Zhou Shan opened the Properties panel to view. After just 1 practice, Meniu Bodybuilding Fist was already mastered. After closing the panel, Zhou Shan continued to practice the Meniu Bodybuilding Fist. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. As he practiced over and over again, the movements of the Meniu Bodybuilding Fist performed by Zhou Shan became smoother and smoother. After practicing it for more than a dozen times, the Meniu Bodybuilding Fist broke through from the beginner level to the level of achievement. Seeing senior brother Shui approaching, Zhou Shan stopped practicing. Have you ever practiced Meniu Bodybuilding Fist before? Seeing Zhou Shan practicing boxing, senior brother Shui asked a surprised question. No, this is my first time coming into contact with Meniu Bodybuilding Boxing. Zhou Shan shook his head and said, it seems that you do have some foundation and good understanding, and you have mastered the Meniu Bodybuilding Boxing to a small level so quickly. Senior brother Shui did not delve into this issue, and then said, since you have already if you have mastered the Meniu Bodybuilding Fist, you don't have to teach me step by step. You can practice with other registered disciples. Senior brother Shui, I have some matters at home. Can I go back to practice? Zhou Shandao, it's up to you. Registered disciples don't have so many rules. It's okay even if you don't come for a day. You don't need to ask for leave. Senior brother Shui waved his hand and said, then I'll go back first. Zhou Shan said goodbye. It is not difficult for him to master the Meniu Bodybuilding Fist to perfection. Perhaps, it only takes 2 or 3 days to complete. Go back to practice by yourself, and then come and take the assessment when the promotion assessment takes place on the 15th. The following days, Zhou Shan basically stayed at home to practice. Having just obtained 640 taels of silver, the fish stall shop is on track. Now he is not short of money for the time being. He goes to the fish market every now and then to show his face and let people know that he has entered the giant spirit sect to practice martial arts. When the fishermen at the fish stall caught less fish, Zhou Shan took a group of fishermen out to find new fish nests. Time passes day by day. Soon, it will be September 15th. Zhou Shan climbed out of the tub and picked up a towel to dry himself. As soon as he thought, an attribute panel that only he could see popped up. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. Every day, 1 point of spiritual attribute will be added. Strength: 25. Defense: 33. Agility: 16. Physique: 51. Spirit: 208. Martial Arts: Turtle Breathing Skill Level 5 56%, Soul Shocking Skill Level 3 32%, Stone Breaking Fist Great Accomplishment 65%, Fish Swimming Body Skill Perfect, Bull Forging Body Fist Perfect. After these days of practice, Zhou Shan's turtle breathing skill has broken through to the 5th level, and his skin membrane has reached the stone skin level. When he uses all his strength to perform turtle breathing skill, a layer of black light will appear on his skin. The force of a quasi-warrior at the level of a strong blood warrior is no different from tickling him, and it can't break his defense at all. It takes at least more than 10,000 pounds of force to cause him harm. Although he can't completely ignore the sharp sword, even if he is hit by the sword, the blade in the sword body can be stuck in the muscle without hurting the bones. In addition, if he swings the sword with the strength of an ordinary person, it may not be able to break his skin membrane. Facing ordinary people, or quasi-warriors, with Zhou Shan's strength, he can fully perform a stunt of grabbing a white blade with bare hands. The progress of the 5th level of turtle breathing technique has reached 56%. This is the result of his 3 medicinal baths every day. If he buys secret medicine from the medicine shop, the cost of 1 medicinal bath is 10 taels of silver. 3 medicinal baths are 30 taels. 30 taels a day, 11 days is 330 taels. Zhou Shan can catch ox-horned turtles by himself, which saves more than half of the money, but buying other medicinal materials requires real money. He spent more than 130 taels of silver, plus food and drink expenses. Conservatively estimated, it costs 500 taels of silver a month. In this way, the money earned from the fish stall is just enough for his cultivation. Today is the 15th, the day for the assessment of the registered disciples of the Giant Spirit Gate. After breakfast, Zhou Shan changed into the gray martial arts uniform of the registered disciples of the Giant Spirit Gate and went to the Giant Spirit Gate to participate in the assessment. Julingmen, in the wide martial arts training ground in the front yard. At this time, more than 100 boys and girls between the ages of 14 and 16 have gathered in the martial arts training ground. In this world, most of the people who practice martial arts are men, and their natural blood is more vigorous than that of women, so men have more advantages than women in martial arts. However, some wealthy families will not stop their women from practicing martial arts if they are willing to do so. For ordinary small families, forget it. In the martial arts training ground, among the more than 100 registered disciples, the number of female disciples accounts for about 1/10. Zhou Shan stood in the crowd, waiting for the assessment to begin. Although he had been in Julingmen for more than 10 days, except for the first day he came, he had been practicing at home these days, so he didn't know any of these registered disciples. The registered disciples around him were basically whispering, discussing who would pass the assessment and become a formal disciple this time. Zhou Shan was not interested in the topics discussed by these people, and stood behind the crowd with his eyes closed. Time passed little by little. After about 2/4 of an hour, the test time arrived. Boom! The gate of the Julingmen Martial Arts Hall closed with a dull sound. Not long after, a burly middle-aged man slowly appeared from the front corridor and slowly walked towards the front yard martial arts training ground. This man was wearing a golden silk robe, not ordinary fabric, but woven with fine silk. The texture was soft and tougher than some leather armor, and it could not be damaged by fire and could block swords. He had a rough face and short hair. The whole person exuded a strong momentum and walked towards the crowd. A group of registered disciples felt a huge sense of oppression invisibly. Greetings, Master. In the martial arts training ground, all the disciples saluted together. This person was Lin Yuanshang, the master of Julingmen. Julingmen is a martial arts hall. But the owner Lin Yuanshang had great ambitions and wanted to promote the martial arts hall to a sect. Therefore, the Juling Martial Arts Hall was changed to Julingmen. But if you want to be promoted to a sect, you need to have a master who has reached the 5th realm to take charge, and then you need to be canonized by the court, so that you can be promoted to a sect. Once you are promoted to a sect, there are many benefits. As long as the sect is canonized by the court, the industries in the territory of its sphere of influence do not need to pay taxes. The most powerful sect forces are even canonized as state religions, and the masters of the sects are respected as state teachers, ranking above the 3 officials. Since the founding of the country, the Dakian dynasty has always ruled the world with the sects. Therefore, in the sphere of influence of some powerful sects, sometimes speaking is more effective than the government. Of course, the sect is on an equal footing with the local government to a certain extent, and also has responsibilities and obligations. If there are harmful monsters in the territory, the sect will also send disciples to get rid of the monsters. In comparison, the gangs, martial arts halls, etc. under the sect can only be regarded as grassroots forces. What a strong blood and chi! Zhou Shan used his mental power to sense it. I only felt that the blood and chi on Lin Yuanshang's body was as hot as flames. Moreover, behind Lin Yuanshang, the fiery blood turned into 5 different animals: cow, bear, tiger, snake, and whale, exuding a ferocious, domineering, wild, and supreme momentum of swallowing the world. The life fluctuation breath on Lin Yuanshang was more than 100 times stronger than him. At this time, Lin Yuanshang seemed to have noticed something strange, and his eyes immediately swept over a group of registered disciples. It was a close call. I was almost discovered. Fortunately, Zhou Shan only used his spirit to sense the life fluctuation, and did not release his spirit to sweep over Lin Yuanshang, otherwise Lin Yuanshang's cultivation would definitely be able to discover the existence of spirit power. As expected of a strong man who has reached the 4th realm of blood exchange, his senses are so sharp. Zhou Shan was secretly shocked. He is not the same as when he just came to this world. He is no longer a novice in martial arts practice. Although he is only in the skin-grinding realm now, he has a general understanding of the different characteristics of each realm, especially the changes in blood. Blood is the foundation of martial arts practice and the most important thing. The first level is to polish the skin. If you practice it to perfection, the blood and chi can break through the limit and penetrate the body, like a thin gauze. This layer of blood and chi like a thin gauze can block the erosion of evil spirits and evil spirits. The second level is to forge bones. When you reach the extreme, the blood and chi will rise to the sky like wolf smoke. The third level is to train the organs. When you practice it to perfection, the blood and chi will be like fire, and the body will be rejuvenated with new vitality. The functions of all aspects will be greatly improved, and the lifespan will also be greatly increased. The fourth level is to exchange blood. Wash the marrow and exchange blood, and the blood and chi will be like lead and mercury, casting the blood and chi phase. The hot blood and chi behind Lin Yuanshang turned into 5 different animals: a cow, a bear, a tiger, a snake, and a whale. It is obvious that it is the blood and chi phase that can only be cast by blood exchange in the 4th level. No wonder Lin Yuanshang has great ambitions to change the dueling martial arts hall into the dueling sect. He wants to promote the martial arts hall to a sect. He has practiced to the peak of blood exchange and is only 1 step away from the 5th level of martial arts master. At this time, Lin Yuanshang was already sitting on the armchair brought by a disciple wearing a yellow martial arts uniform. He gestured to the disciple and said calmly, "You can start now." This direct disciple is over 1.9 meters tall, with a sturdy figure and a large frame. His strong muscles make the loose martial arts uniform look very full, and the aura he exudes is also better than that of ordinary skin-polishing warriors. When Zhou Shan sensed Lin Yuanshang's life fluctuations just now, this direct disciple stood aside. Although his life fluctuations were far different from Lin Yuanshang's, they were still many times higher than his. The cultivation of this direct disciple has at least reached the 2nd level of bone forging. After Lin Yuanshang's signal, the yellow-clothed direct disciple stepped forward and faced a group of registered disciples, and slowly said, "The promotion assessment of the registered disciples of the dueling sect will begin now. Next, those whose names are called will come forward to practice the barbarian bull body forging fist. If they reach the state of great success, they can pass the test and be promoted to formal disciples." First, Wang He, the yellow-clothed direct disciple, held a booklet recording all the registered disciples in his hand and began to call the roll. Disciple Wang He, meet the sect master, Senior Brother Sha. The registered disciple named Wang He immediately stepped forward and bowed to Lin Yuanshang and the yellow-clothed disciple surnamed Sha. After the ceremony, Wang He took a deep breath and began to practice the bull body building fist. Bang 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 bang. As Wang He began to practice the boxing, the power of the blood, membrane, tendons and bones was mobilized. Every move and every style was full of vigor and strength. After a while, Wang He finished a set of bull body building fist. Passed. After Wang He put his fist away, Senior Brother Sha announced. Thank you, Senior Brother. Hearing this, Wang He's eyes showed a touch of joy. This month is the 6th month since he entered the Juling sect. If he still fails the assessment, he will lose the qualification to continue to stay in the Juling sect to study and be expelled from the Juling sect. Next, Chen Zi. After Wang He withdrew, Senior Brother Sha called the name again. One by one, the registered disciples came forward to practice the bull body building fist. Those whose names were called first had entered the sect earlier, so they had a higher chance of passing the test. Up to now, more than 30 people have registered, and more than 20 have passed the test. However, the number of people who passed the test became fewer and fewer as time went by. After 70 people registered, most of these registered disciples had only been in the sect for 1 or 2 months, and they had only practiced the bull body building fist to the minor success level, and very few had mastered it. Therefore, many registered disciples were stopped and retreated by Senior Brother Sha after just 2 moves. Next, Zhou Shan. After about half an hour, it was finally Zhou Shan's turn to play. Oh, it's too difficult to achieve greatness after only 1 month of practice. The first registered disciple on Zhoushan returned to his seat and sighed. Yeah, it's almost impossible to practice the Maniu bodybuilding fist to perfection in just 1 month. Even if you take a blood-strengthening medicinal diet every day, or eat Baoyu red back swordfish every day to strengthen your qi and blood, it will take at least 3 months to practice the Maniu strengthening boxing to perfection. Those who come to Julingmen to practice are basically not short of money. Even if they can't eat treasure fish every day, but they take Julingmen's blood-strengthening medicated diet every day, they can practice Maniu bodybuilding fist within 3 months. There are only a few who reach Dacheng, and most of the registered disciples take 4 or 5 months to pass the examination and be promoted to official disciples. Yes, 4 or 5 months to practice the Maniu body strengthening fist to Dacheng is the normal speed of cultivation. If you can reach Dacheng in 2 or 3 months, your bone aptitude is considered to be top-notch. These registered disciples who failed the assessment comforted each other. At this time, after hearing his name, Zhou Shan slowly walked out of the crowd and came to the front. Disciple Zhou Shan has met the sect leader, Senior Brother Sha. Zhou Shan stepped forward, and like other registered disciples, he first bowed and saluted, and then began to practice the Maniu bodybuilding fist. Maniu bodybuilding fist, he has already practiced this boxing to a perfect level. He can pick up the boxing moves at will, and the 4 major styles are in his hands, one after another, constantly reorganizing and merging. Zhou Shan is like a calf, carrying qi and blood as the moves are carried out, and steaming heat is emitting from his whole body when he raises his hands and feet, and qi and blood are surging like the waves of a river. Moo. Just after Zhou Shan finished the Maniu bodybuilding fist, a roar came from his body, just like the roar of a barbarian bull. The sound was loud, and all the registered disciples in the martial arts field heard this roar. This is the roar of a bull. The roar of a barbarian bull is a characteristic that can only be achieved by practicing the Jiaomaniu bodybuilding fist to perfection. Did the sound just now come from the registered disciple during the exercise? What is the name of this registered disciple? He has actually perfected the Maniu bodybuilding fist. It seems his name is Zhou Shan. I have never heard of this person before. Achieving great achievements in the Maniu bodybuilding boxing can pass the assessment and be promoted to a formal disciple. This guy named Zhou Shan has practiced to perfection. Why is he still taking the promotion assessment like us? Have no idea. In the martial arts training ground, all the registered disciples focused their attention on Zhou Shan. Their expressions were a little strange, some were shocked, some were envious, some were sighing, some were surprised, and some of them didn't understand. The Maniu body building fist is complete. Senior brother Shaw also had a look of surprise in his eyes. From the moment Zhou Shan took up his stance, he knew that this registered disciple named Zhou Shan was not simple. He didn't expect that the other party had actually cultivated the Manyu body strengthening fist to a perfect level. Zhou Shan lived in the 3rd year of Yongchang. On the 4th day of the 9th lunar month, he paid homage to the entrance hall and led the art master to the entrance hall. Seeing the information registered on the roster, senior brother Shaw narrowed his eyes slightly. It's September 15th now. Doesn't this mean that it has only been 12 days since the other party entered the giant spirit gate? It only took 12 days to practice the Manyu bodybuilding fist to perfection. Even if the opponent was a beginner, it only took 12 days to practice the Manyu bodybuilding boxing to perfection. Even if his qualifications were not excellent, that is also reaching the upper level. Master, there are only 12 days in this Joshin worship initiation. Senior brother Shaw came to Lin Yuanshang's side and briefly explained Zhou Shan's situation. I understand, there are still a few people, let's check them first. Lin Yuanshang said lightly. His cultivation has reached the level of blood exchange in the 4 realms, and this is not the only thing he has seen. As soon as Zhou Shan came on the stage, he could tell with his eyesight that the former's energy and blood were extremely strong, far exceeding that of a 3rd-level quasi-warrior with strong blood. He was a warrior who had reached the level of skin resurfacing, and he should have achieved some success in skin resurfacing. Given Lin Yuanshang's status, a skin-grinding realm warrior was nothing to him. In the inner courtyard, there were a large number of formal disciples who had reached the skin-grinding realm at the age of 17. If he came from a wealthy family, Lin Yuanshang wouldn't care at all. With the resources to train him, entering the skin-grinding realm at the age of 17 can only be regarded as a normal cultivation speed. However, he learned that Zhou Shan's registered household as a fisherman, the lowest in the outer city. Being born as a fisherman, it is not easy to reach the realm of skin grinding at this age. The bottom fisherman has no training resources, which shows that Zhou Shan's talent potential is definitely high-end, but it is not that easy to become his personal disciple, and it will take at least a period of investigation. For Lin Yuanshang, even if he wants to accept a disciple, in addition to having talent and potential, he must also understand his character. If your character is not good, you are an ungrateful person, and you are a white-eyed wolf who has not been raised well, then even if you have excellent talent and potential, it is not worth cultivating, otherwise it will sooner or later be a disaster when you grow up. For ordinary martial arts schools in the outer city, if they find a disciple with superior qualifications, they may immediately accept him as a direct disciple, or even directly accept him as a true disciple to inherit the mantle. But for the giant spirit sect, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, if it wants to pass it on for the next 200 years, or even 300 years, it is important to cultivate the talents of the disciples, but their character is also an important assessment. As long as one's character is good, even if one's natural talent is a little worse, if one has superior talent and sufficient resources, he can at least break through the 3rd realm to practice internal organs. If one's talent is superior, he may have a chance to break through to the 4th realm to exchange blood. If one's character is not good, even if one is trained, there will be endless internal strife and trouble. Therefore, even if Zhou Shan is worth training, one must first send someone to investigate Zhou Shan's information. Before, Julingmin had many geniuses with good natural talent, but not all of them passed the inspection. During the inspection, it was found that some people's character was not upright, so Lin Yuanshang did not accept them as his personal disciples, and let them worship under other martial artists. Only those who passed the inspection would be accepted as his personal disciples. Lin Yuanshang is the master of Julingmin, so the requirements for accepting disciples are very strict, while the conditions for other martial artists will be more relaxed, as long as they are not the kind of extremely treacherous and evil people. For example, if we compare Julingmin to Maoshan sect, then the disciples that Lin Yuanshang wants to accept will be people who can stand on their own in the future, such as Jushu, Simu Daochang, and Qian Daochang. The disciples accepted by other martial artists can be people like Chu Sheng and Wenkai. Julingmin has industries such as escort agencies, martial arts companies, medicine shops, and blacksmith shops. The heads of these industries are the true disciples of the previous owner, Lin Yuanshang's father, and they are brothers with Lin Yuanshang. If the heads of these industries accept disciples, there are no such strict requirements. The assessment is over, and the registered disciples who passed will be promoted to formal disciples. Your identity badges and martial arts uniforms will be delivered to you in a while. You can enter the inner courtyard to practice from tomorrow, and an initiation ceremony will be held at that time. Those who have not passed the promotion assessment for 6 months will lose the qualification to continue studying, and will have no relationship with the martial arts hall from then on. The registered disciples who have not passed the promotion assessment for 6 months should practice hard and strive to pass the promotion assessment next month. After a while, Brother Shah's voice sounded, and this promotion assessment was over. Boom! The courtyard door opens. A dozen registered disciples who failed the examination left the martial arts hall in low spirits. Although they were able to practice martial arts after leaving the giant spirit sect due to their family backgrounds, the treatment they received was completely different. If your martial arts talent is average, your family will not invest too much resources. There is not only one person in their family, but also other brothers. Therefore, if their martial arts talents are average, their family will not invest too much resources. Even if they continue to practice martial arts, their achievements will be limited after all. The first level of skin grinding will be their end. For people at the bottom, becoming a warrior in the skin grinding realm is already a master of martial arts, but for wealthy families in the inner city, an ordinary warrior in the skin grinding realm can only become a guardian. If you want to become the leader of a guardian, you must reach only those who have reached the level of skin grinding can cultivate chi and blood gauze. The head of the courtyard among wealthy landlords and merchants is a bone-forging warrior who has reached the second level. Therefore, they lose the qualification to continue practicing martial arts in the giant spirit sect. After they return, they are destined to not receive the attention of their families. In the future, they can only become marginal figures. At most, they can get positions such as stewards and supervisors to help manage the industry. Brother Zhang, Brother Chen, congratulations. Congratulations on passing the promotion assessment and becoming an official disciple. Brother Zhou, congratulations. It seems that I haven't seen Brother Zhou training in the courtyard before. I didn't expect that Brother Zhou would be silent and become a blockbuster. He actually practiced the Maniu bodybuilding fist to a perfect state. Quote. As the promotion assessment ended, the sect leader Lin Yuanshang left with his direct disciples. A group of registered disciples immediately gathered around and congratulated the disciples who passed the promotion assessment. Zhou Shan responded with a smile to the named disciple who came forward to congratulate him. Soon, all the named disciples dispersed and began to practice. Tell me, who is that Zhou Shan? I have never heard of this person before. There seems to be no big family named Zhou in the inner city. Moreover, this Zhou Shan is not familiar with several circles in the inner city. He should be from the outer city like us. In the outer city, there seems to be a wealthy businessman named Zhou who owns several tea mountains. They belong to tea merchants. This wealthy businessman named Zhou has 2 daughters and 1 son, but the younger son is only 10 years old now. Would you like me to come up and inquire about it? At this time, Wang He, Chen Zi and others gathered together to chat. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and people flock together. There are circles everywhere. These disciples who passed the promotion assessment were all gathered together in groups of 3 or 5 and divided into several circles. For people from wealthy families in the inner city, they naturally look down on people from the outer city. Zhou Shan, I remembered. At this time, Chen Zi suddenly said, some time ago, the young master sect needed tiger fish for practice. The fishing gang competed with the people from Yuwang village. In the end, the fishing gang won. Among them, the fishing gang won. There was a fisherman named Zhou Shan who caught 10 tiger fish by himself and was called the Fisher King. A fisherman from a fishing gang. A fisherman actually practiced the barbarian bull bodybuilding fist to a perfect state. It turns out that I'm just a low-level fisherman. Even if I have some talent, I won't achieve much in the future. Quote. Knowing that Zhou Shan was just a fisherman, everyone immediately lost interest in going up and making friends. They were from the outer city, and the young masters from wealthy families in the inner city looked down upon them, but they also looked down on Zhou Shan, who was from a lower class background. The chain of contempt existed everywhere. It turns out that I am just getting started with the art. No wonder I can practice the Maniu bodybuilding boxing to perfection. A bottom fisherman wants to make a name for himself. Haha, that's really ridiculous. Quote. At this time, formal disciples from several other circles went to the registration office to inquire about Zhou Shan's specific information. After knowing Zhou Shan's basic information, they immediately lost interest in Zhou Shan and gave up the idea of making friends with him. Several hours passed. The disciples who passed the promotion assessment received new identity badges and the black martial arts uniforms of official disciples. The reason why it takes such a long time is that the official disciples of the dueling sect, in addition to registering in the martial arts hall, also need to send a list to the county government for signature and approval by the officials of the county government. Once you become an official disciple of the giant spirit sect, you will have various benefits. First of all, you can waive the fees for entering and exiting the inner city, and you are also eligible to buy a house in the inner city. If you want to join the yamen, whether it is the criminal arrest team, city guard, golden scale guard, etc., you will have priority. This is the local power. The government and local powerful people in various places in Dakion basically have inextricable relationships. The local powerful people and the government are already in the middle of each other, and they are indistinguishable from each other. After receiving official disciple badges and martial arts uniforms, all the disciples left the giant spirit sect in small groups to celebrate. No one invited Zhou Shan, and they all seemed to ignore Zhou Shan's existence. Zhou Shan didn't care about this, and he didn't want to waste time on these worldly things. If you want to be respected, only strength is the way to go. If you have this time, you might as well practice more. Several hours passed. Zhou Shan's information was placed on Lin Yuanshang's desk. For dueling sect, it is easy to collect information about Zhou Shan. This Zhou Shan is a person who must repay kindness. After reading Zhou Shan's information, Lin Yuanshang couldn't help but nodded. He sent people to Guyu Street to investigate Zhou Shan. Neighbors around him had a good reputation for Zhou Shan. They all said that Zhou Shan was a man who would repay kindness. Neighbor Chen Yang took care of Zhou Shan for a period of time when he was ill and had no money to hand it over to the court. During the food requisition, he took the initiative to provide rice to Chen Yang to help Chen Yang, and even prevented Chen Yang's family from selling their daughter. After opening the fish stall shop, he also brought Chen Yang with him to fish with him. There were also many fishermen from Guyu Street who were affiliated with the shop, and their commissions were less than those of other fish stall shops. It turns out he was a fisherman. No wonder he was born as a fisherman and could break through to the skin-grinding realm at the age of 17. This information also explains that Zhou Shan's fishing methods are very clever. One person caught 10 tiger fish. He is not from the Fisher King village, but he is respected as the Fisher King by all the fishermen. A fisherman who can catch precious fish in the Beisha River. With treasure fish nourishing the body, it is more effective than any medicinal soup. There is no problem with his character, and he is still a Fisher King. If his strength improves, he may be able to compete with the old Fisher King of Fisher King village and catch more precious fish. There are several Fisher Kings in Yuang village, but good fishing skills do not mean strong strength. But the old fisherman not only had superb fishing skills, but he was also a strong master of the 3 realms. The 600 miles of Beisha River, except for a few waters with 4 realms of monsters, dare not approach. The waters are all at his disposal. When the old Fisher King was young, he was the guest of all the forces in Beisha County. In fact, even in the county town, he has a certain reputation. For such a special talent, Lin Yuanshang has already decided to accept him as his direct disciple. If he performs outstandingly later, it is not impossible to accept him as his true disciple. September 16. Early in the morning, Zhou Shan put on his black martial arts uniform and went out. Arriving at the wall of the inner city, Zhou Shan showed his ID card as an official disciple of the giant spirit sect this time. The soldiers guarding the city did not charge him any entry fees and let him go directly. Soon, Zhou Shan came to the giant spirit gate. 27 people, including Zhou Shan, who passed the promotion assessment yesterday, have arrived. When the time came, everyone, led by the senior fellows from the inner courtyard, first came to the ancestral hall of the martial arts hall. Lin Yuanshang, the master of the martial arts hall, personally held an entrance ceremony for everyone, explaining the inheritance and origin of the martial arts hall. Then, Lin Yuanshang read out the rules of the martial arts school. These sect rules are nothing more than respecting the master, and the brothers must unite and help each other. They are not allowed to bully the master and destroy their ancestors, kill each other, betray the master, and are not allowed to teach martial arts to others without permission. Soon, the initiation ceremony ended. Zhou Shan, are you willing to become my disciple? Just when the disciples were about to disperse, Lin Yuanshang suddenly spoke. What? The sect leader accepts Zhou Shan as his disciple. This is impossible. Zhou Shan is just a small fisherman. How could he be favored by the sect owner? Zhou Shan became the disciple of the sect leader. This is simply a step to the sky. A fisherman, even if he opens a fish stall, is just a fish seller. How can he become the disciple of the sect master? Could it be someone with the same name? Lin Yuanshang asked to accept Zhou Shan as his disciple. All the formal disciples who had just performed the ceremony in the ancestral hall were extremely shocked and suspected that they were hearing hallucinations in their ears. The Juling sect is one of the top 3 forces in Baisha County, and can even be said to be ranked second. The leader of the sect, Lin Yuanshang, is the strongest member of the Juling sect and has reached the peak of the 4 realms. Looking at the entire Baisha County, there are only a handful of warriors who have reached the 4 realms. At the peak of the 4 realms of exchange, he can be considered a big shot even in the county. Zhou Shan became Lin Yuanshang's disciple. Even if he was only a direct disciple and not a true disciple who inherited the mantle, he could still be said to have jumped over the dragon's gate and could basically walk sideways. For a moment, all the formal disciples looked at Zhou Shan with envy, jealousy and hatred. They wished they could replace Zhou Shan. At this time, Zhou Shan was also shocked by the sudden news. He never expected that Lin Yuanshang, the master of the Juling sect, would suddenly accept him as his direct disciple. But this is also a good thing for him, and he will naturally not miss it. If he could become Lin Yuanshang's disciple, then he would have an identity and background. Disciple Zhou Shan, pay homage to master. After the brief shock, Zhou Shan immediately came to his senses and stepped forward to pay homage. Okay, since you have performed the apprenticeship ceremony and witnessed by the portrait of the ancestor in the ancestral hall, I officially accept you as a disciple. As for the apprenticeship banquet, we will wait until you become the true disciple. Lin Yuanshang nodded and helped Zhou Shan up. Then he pointed to the direct disciple in yellow who was standing aside, that is, senior brother Sha, who was in charge of the assessment yesterday, and said, there are 2 true disciples under my sect, 2 direct disciples, plus you, there are 5 disciples in total. These are your 3 senior brother Sha Zhang, he will teach you how to practice martial arts from now on. I've met 3rd senior brother. Hearing this, Zhou Shan also clasped his fists at Sha Zhang. 5th junior brother, there is no need to be polite. Sha Zhang smiled and said, come on, I will take you to the inner courtyard to practice. The crowd in the ancestral hall automatically separated. Lin Yuanshang, Sha Zhang, and Zhou Shan walked out of the ancestral hall one after another. I really didn't expect that Zhou Shan would be accepted as a disciple by the sect master. You jumped over the dragon gate, climbed to the sky in one step, and became the disciple of the sect leader. Except for the top dignitaries in the inner city, in terms of status, they are all inferior to Zhou Shan. This Zhou Shan is really lucky. I really can't figure out what the sect owner sees in Zhou Shan. It's natural for the sect master to accept Zhou Shan as his disciple. From now on, he will call him senior brother Zhou when he sees him. You can't call him by his first name. That's right, you must never mention the past. If you are resented by senior brother Zhou, it will be over. As Lin Yuanshang, Sha Zhang and Zhou Shan left, the official disciples in the ancestral hall suddenly started talking. Yesterday, they were still mocking Zhou Shan in their hearts for being a stinky fish seller. They looked down on Zhou Shan and was simply not qualified to enter their circle, even the circles in the outer city. But unexpectedly, Zhou Shan became the disciple of the sect leader today. Oh, it would be great if I could make friends with Zhou Shan yesterday. Yes, we were all formal disciples yesterday. If we asked him to have dinner together, he would definitely not refuse. But today we have become disciples of the sect master. If we want to join now, we are not qualified at all. The sect master's direct disciple, even the true disciples of other martial arts masters in the martial arts school, cannot compare. It's too late to say anything now. Quote. All the official disciples felt a little regretful. The plot in the novel actually happened to them. Yesterday you ignored me, but today I have made it impossible for you to reach your heights. 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. Don't bully young people into poverty. The bottom fishermen counterattacked and entered the top wealthy family. Fortunately, they did not mock Zhou Shan in person yesterday, but just discussed it secretly. Otherwise, today would be a slap in the face. The other side. Sha Zhong took Zhou Shan to the inner courtyard. Senior brother Sha. I've met senior brother Sha. Quote. When the disciples in the inner courtyard saw Sha Zhong, they all looked respectful and greeted him one after another. This is Master's new fifth disciple, Zhou Shan. Sha Zhong introduced to the inner court disciples. What? The sect master's new disciple. Hello, senior brother Zhou. I've met senior brother Zhou. Hearing this, all the disciples in the inner courtyard also greeted him enthusiastically. Although Zhou Shan started late, as a disciple of the sect master, he has a special status. Even if he is a direct disciple of another martial artist, or even a true disciple, he must be called senior brother when he meets the sect master's disciples. Hello fellow junior brothers. Zhou Shan nodded in response to these disciples who greeted them. Okay, you go practice first. Sha Zhong waved his hand and asked all the disciples in the inner courtyard to retreat, and then said to Zhou Shan, Junior brother Zhou, let me briefly introduce some of your senior brothers first, and then teach you your martial arts in the skin grinding realm. Master has two true disciples, your senior brother and second senior brother. The eldest senior brother is named Lu Yin. He has now reached the peak of the third level of internal organ training and is now making his way outside. The second senior brother Lu Xiaoj has reached the third level of internal organ training and is the chief constable in the criminal arrest team. His rank is the 9th rank. His direct superior is the county lieutenant, one of the 3 giants of the county government. I am ranked 3rd. I have now reached the peak of the 2nd level of bone forging. I practice with the master. When I am free, I will come to the inner courtyard and teach formal disciples like other martial artists. Your 4th senior brother is named Fang Dingtian. He entered the sect 2 years earlier than you. He entered the 2nd level of bone forging some time ago. Then he was arranged by the master to work in the escort agency for training. He has not returned from a mission some time ago. In addition, the master has a son Lin Zilu, you can call him senior brother Lin. When senior brother Lin accompanied his master's wife to visit her family when he was a child, he was attacked by a monster and was eroded by the monster's aura, which led to a deficiency of qi and blood and insufficient yang. After more than 10 years of conditioning and tonic, he has recovered and has entered the 2nd level of bone forging some time ago. Quote. Zhou Shan listened carefully. He had a general understanding of several disciples of Master Lin Yuanshang. Okay, now I will teach you the bear form of the giant spirit 5 forms. Sha Zhong said. All the warriors in Beixia County know that the strongest martial arts of the giant spirit sect is called the giant spirit, but the full name of the giant spirit is the giant spirit 5 forms. There are 5 different ways to practice the giant spirit 5 forms, namely the ox form, the bear form, the tiger form, the snake form and the whale form. Among them, the ox form is the barbarian bull body strengthening fist practiced by the registered disciples of the outer courtyard, which corresponds to the blood strengthening level, while the bear form corresponds to the 1st level of skin grinding, the tiger form corresponds to the 2nd level of bone strengthening, the snake form corresponds to the 3rd level of internal organs training, and the whale form corresponds to the 4th level of blood exchange. Quote. 5 forms of the giant spirit. Zhou Shan nodded. No wonder that in his mental perception, 5 different animal forms of cow, bear, tiger, snake and whale appeared behind Lin Yuanshang. The 5 forms of the giant spirit has 5 different training methods, so the qi and blood created by Lin Yuanshang there are 5 forms of phase. The shape of a bear corresponds to the 1st level of skin grinding. The 5 different training methods in the 5 forms of the giant spirit are all complementary to each other. There is also a method of moving skin in the form of the cow. However, the method of moving the skin in the form of the cow is a force relieving technique, while in the form of the bear the meat training and skin transportation make the skin, muscles and muscles more compact and thicker, making the muscles and muscles twist into a lump and become as hard as iron. Don't hold back, just hit me with all your strength. Sha Zhang took off his martial arts uniform, revealing his strong muscles. Good. Zhou Shan nodded, his energy and blood surged, and he used the gravel fist. Suddenly, all the strength in his body gathered together, twisted into a rope, and struck Sha Zhang in the abdomen with all his strength. At the same time as Zhou Shan's fist blasted out, the blood and energy in Sha Yang's body surged, and a sound like running water came out. The strong muscles in his abdomen suddenly twisted into lumps, and then became like a small it bulges high like a mountain. Boom! At this time, Zhou Shan punched Sha Zhang in the abdomen, and a dull sound erupted. He only felt that the punch hit an extremely hard iron lump, and there was also a force in it, which shocked him. His arms were numb and his blood was stagnant. For a moment, it was actually difficult to twist the energy and blood into one stream. You can feel it. This is the characteristic of the bear shape in practicing the five-shaped skill of the giant spirit. When it is attacked, it will produce a counter-shock force. If the bull-shaped skin movement method is used, it will release the force. Sha Zhang said, if the two can be integrated, it will be able to remove the force of the blow and at the same time generate a counter-shock force. Understood. Zhou Shan nodded. The turtle breath technique he practiced has reached the 5th level, and he has also reached the level of skin grinding. The characteristic of turtle breath kung fu is to make the skin thicker and harder, like a tortoise shell, making it invulnerable. Although it cannot relieve force and has no counter-shock force, it directly improves the ability to withstand blows and reduces the impact on the physical body. Pain and hurt. This is equivalent to wearing a layer of armor on the surface of the body. Now, I will teach you the general outline of the 5 shapes of the giant spirit, as well as the training method of the bear shape. With that said, Sha Zhang put on his posture and began to teach Zhou Shan how to practice. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. Every day, 1 point of spiritual attribute will be added. Strength: 25. Defense: 33. Agility: 16. Physique: 51. Spirit: 209. Martial arts: Giant Spirit 5-shaped Kung Fu, Ox-shaped Perfection, Bear shape entry level 1%, Turtle breath Kung Fu 5th level 56%, Soul frightening technique 3 levels 32%, Stone fist Dacheng 65%, Swimming fish body method consummation. After half an hour, Zhou Shan mastered the bear-shaped moves and breathing techniques of the Giant Spirit 5-shaped Kung Fu. The martial art of Giant Spirit 5-shaped Kung Fu also appears on the attribute panel. Yes, I have mastered the general outline of the Giant Spirit 5-shaped Kung Fu and the bear-shaped cultivation method in half an hour. The next step is to practice continuously, and cooperate with the corresponding secret medicine practice to build up the strength and improve the skin, muscles and muscles. Sha Zhang nodded. It's better taught by senior brother. Zhou Shan said modestly. Junior brother, you don't have to be modest. Since Master has accepted you as a disciple, it proves that your talent is at least top-notch. Get your identity card ready. Thank you, senior brother. After Sha Zhang left, Zhou Shan continued to practice the 5 forms of the giant spirit. Before I knew it, it was already noon. Many disciples in the inner courtyard had finished their training and went to the dining hall to eat. Junior brother Zhou, this is your waist badge and martial arts uniform. At this time, the 3rd senior brother Sha Zhang returned, brought Zhou Shan's waist badge and martial arts uniform and handed them to Zhou Shan, and then said, "Let's go, I'll order them at Bajun building. If you take a seat, your 2nd senior brother will also come." Soon, the two of them came to the best restaurant in the inner city, Bajunlu. Although Zhou Shan has never been to Bajun Tower before, he has heard of its name. Bajunlu, one of the most famous 8 dishes, uses precious fish and beasts as the main ingredients, and not everyone who comes to Bajunlu can eat these 8 treasures. They need a certain status. Because the number of treasures, fish and beasts is very rare, the number of 8 treasure dishes provided by Bajunlu every month is also limited. Otherwise, it is impossible to order. Even some wealthy businessmen and dignitaries only serve them when entertaining guests. I will order 1 or 2 8 delicacies. Master Sha, you are here. When Sha Zhang came to Bajun Tower, a middle-aged man dressed as a steward immediately greeted him. Guanxi Wang, this is my 5th junior brother Zhou Shan, Master's new disciple. Sha Zhang introduced immediately. It turns out to be Mr. Zhou, you two come upstairs. Manager Wang immediately led the two of them to the private room upstairs. Starting from today, I have been promoted to the title of Master. Following Manager Wang into the Bajun building, Zhou Shan felt a little emotional. However, he knew that the reason why Manager Wang called him Master Zhou was because he was the disciple of Lin Yuanshang, the leader of Juling sect, and not because of his own strength. When he could make Manager Wang call him Master with his strength, then that's when you are truly promising. It is easy to get ordinary people to call you Master. Martial artists in the Mopi realm are called Martial Artist Master by ordinary people. However, as the manager of Bajinlu, Wang Guanxi is also a Mopi realm warrior. If he wants to receive people and call him Master willingly, ordinary second-level bone forging warriors are a little bit behind. At least they have to reach the peak of the second-level bone forging. Zhou Shan and Sha Zhang came to a VIP box on the second floor. Bring some tea and snacks first. I will let you serve the dishes after everyone is here. Sha Zhang ordered. Yes, Master Sha. Manager Wang immediately withdrew and asked the waiter to serve tea and snacks. In the box, Zhou Shan and Sha Zhang chatted casually. Second senior brother is here. At this time, a young man wearing black clothes, with an upright posture and a long sword on his waist, who looked righteous and awe-inspiring, walked in. Sha Zhang immediately stood up to greet him and said, "Hello, second senior brother." "Hello, second senior brother." Zhou Shan followed suit and greeted him. This person is Lin Yuanshang's second disciple, and also a true disciple Liu Xiaoj, who is a third-level martial artist and now serves as the chief constable in the county government's criminal arrest team. This is the fifth junior brother that Master has just accepted. Liu Xiaoj smiled and said, "It's our first meeting, and I don't know what gift to give. I heard from the third junior brother that you are from the outer city and probably live in the outer city, so I will give you a house. I have an empty house on East Street. This is the title deed. You can take it to transfer the ownership when you have time." Chapter 41. I will send you home as soon as I come up. Facing the house deed handed over by his second senior brother Liu Xiaoj, Zhou Shan was also shocked by the other party's generosity. Any house in the inner city costs thousands of taels of silver. A larger house in a better location can cost tens of thousands taels. How can anyone give a house as a meeting gift, and it's a house in the inner city? Fifth junior brother, are you shocked by the generosity of second senior brother? When fourth junior brother and I started, the second senior brother also gave us a house. Sha Zhang smiled and said, "But your second senior brother was born in the Liu family of Dekang County. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the richest businessman in Dekang County. He has a lot of money. When the master was working abroad, he met the father of the second senior brother, who is now the head of the Liu family, and he also saved the lives of the head of the Liu family. They have formed a deep friendship, so I let the second senior brother join the master and practice martial arts with the master. It is just a house, which is nothing to the second senior brother." Quote. Sha Zhang briefly talked about the family background of second senior brother Liu Xiaoj. "Thank you, second senior brother. I will accept it shamelessly." Zhou Shan immediately thanked him and accepted the house deed handed over by Liu Xiaoj. Liu Xiaoj was born into the Liu family, the richest businessman in Dekang County. In his previous life, he was the richest man in a prefecture-level city. For such a being, giving him a house worth a few thousand taels is indeed a trivial matter. "Stop talking about me, third junior brother, what gifts are you planning to give?" Liu Xiaoj smiled and said, "I'm not as rich as you, but I've prepared gifts." Sha Zhang also took out a house deed and said, "I heard that fifth junior brother you opened a fish stall in the fish market, so I will give this shop to you. I'll give it to you, so you don't have to pay rent to the fish market every year." Sha Zhang is also generous. As soon as he made the move, he gave away a shop. The rent of a fish market shop is dozens of taels a year. If you buy the shop, the price is equivalent to about 20 or 30 times the annual rent, which is at least 1,000 taels of silver. Moreover, the management rights of all the shops in the fish market are in the hands of the fishing gangs, so you can't just buy them if you want. Fifth junior brother, your third senior brother may not have told you about his origins. Liu Xiaoj said with a smile on his face. third junior brother's father is the county magistrate, one of the 3 giants in the county government, or Hidao County Magistrate, who is responsible for regarding the management of the river. All the forces that rely on the water to make a living depend on the face of the Hidao County Prime Minister. A shop in the fish market area is nothing to him, even if you want to be the fish market supervisor or even have a taste. The fish market manager is just a matter of words. Thank you, third senior brother. Zhou Shan thanked him again. At the same time, he sighed in his heart that none of the master's disciples were simple. The second senior brother is from the Liu family, the richest man in Dekang County, which is equivalent to the richest man in a prefecture-level city. The third senior brother is the son of the county magistrate of Baisha County, the son of the executive deputy county magistrate's family. No wonder Sha Zhang was able to get the deed to the fish market shop. The fishing gang only has the management rights of the fish market shop, but the ownership of all the shops belongs to the county government. To be more precise, it is in the hands of the county magistrate, and it is a matter of one word to give it to whomever. The only people Zhou Shan has not seen so far are his senior brother and fourth senior brother. The 3 of them chatted for a while. Soon, dishes were served one after another. Second senior brother, third senior brother, junior brother gives you a drink. After the food and wine were served, Zhou Shan picked up the wine glass, raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. Ha ha ha, junior brother Zhou is so happy. Liu Xiaoj and Sha Zhang smiled, and also picked up their wine glasses and drank them all in one gulp. Next, the 3 of them chatted and laughed happily. However, when talking about matters in other prefectures and counties, Zhou Shan listened more. He had never left Baisha County, and he had always lived in an outer city. He didn't know much about things outside Baisha County, so he didn't interrupt randomly. He ate and listened, which was quite relaxed. Bajanlu is indeed the best restaurant in the inner city, and its cooking skills are not to mention. I heard that something big happened in Days County, Qinghua Prefecture next door. Peasants in several counties broke out in uprisings. Some people shouted the slogan that princes, generals, and ministers would rather have their own kind. Sha Zhang said suddenly. An uprising broke out in Qinghua Mansion. Hearing this, Zhou Shan had a strange look on his face. These words seemed to sound slightly familiar. The administrative level of the Daqian dynasty was divided into 3 levels: prefecture, county, and county. The towns below did not have government offices. The local famous squire served as the mayor of the town. The township chief governed the towns. Officials were only sent to the town every year when taxes were collected. The towns below. Baisha County belongs to Dekang County. Dekang County is located in Donghai Prefecture, and Qinghua Prefecture is located in the west of Donghai Prefecture. The results of it, Zhou Shan couldn't help but asked curiously. Of course they were suppressed quickly. Liu Xiaoj shook his head and said, the peasants at the bottom have no weapons, no armor, and only the hose in their hands. How can they fight with the county soldiers? They will definitely die. These low-level farmers must know that they have no chance of winning, so how could they suddenly revolt? Sha Zhang said in a deep voice. I heard that he was bewitched by the Wusheng cult. The Liu family where Liu Xiaoj lives has several caravans and they often travel around, so they are relatively well informed. It's the Wusheng cult again. The Wusheng cult's activities have been quite frequent recently. Sha Zhang said. Some time ago, the southern barbarians invaded our border and launched a war. It seems that they were also instigated by the Wusheng cult. Wusheng cult, what kind of organization is this? Zhou Shan heard about this sect for the first time. This is an organization established by the remnants of the former Great Zhou dynasty. Its purpose is to overthrow the rule of the Great Qian dynasty and rebel against the Zhou dynasty. Liu Xiaoj said. It's just that the Great Qian dynasty has been standing for more than 600 years, and during this period Wusheng cult has also encountered several major campaigns by the imperial court. The people in power may have changed several times. In the past, they were like rats in the gutter, they could only hide in secret and carry out small actions. However, in the past 10 years or so, the movements have become more and more frequent, causing quite a bit of turmoil. Most of the Wusheng cult operates in the 2 border areas of Nanling Prefecture and Beimo Prefecture. They jump up and down, assassinate envoys and businessmen from various countries, and sow discord between countries, which leads to some turmoil. Sha Zhang said. in the hinterland of Dakion, Wusheng cult alone cannot make any big waves. In the past 10 years or so, traces of the Wusheng cult's activities have appeared in various prefectures in Dakion, and several nests established by the Wusheng cult have been wiped out. Donghai Prefecture may not be spared. If the Wusheng cult's members are discovered, people, you should be more careful. Liu Xiaoj said. The three chatted for a long time, and Zhou Shan also got more news about the world. Half an hour later, Zhou Shan and the others left from Bajun Tower. According to the address on the house deed, Zhou Shan came to a vacant house on East Street. This house was much larger than the one he rented in the outer city. There were more than 20 rooms in total, including the main room, bedrooms, guest rooms, guard rooms, servant rooms, etc. The backyard has a large garden and pond. The area of the pond is much larger than the house Zhou Shan rented. It is almost as big as a basketball court and can support more treasure fish. After viewing the house, Zhou Shan went to the county government office to transfer the ownership. At the same time, there was also a shop in the fish market in the outer city, which was also transferred together. From then on, Zhou Shan also broke away from being a fisherman with low status and became a merchant with good status. They have their own house and several acres of good land. They are farmers. If there are houses and shops, they are merchants. In the Dakion dynasty, in addition to the royal family, the first level was the nobility, that is, the nobility, and the next level was the scholar status, which was the noble family. To put it simply, someone was an official in the court. Daqian was founded for more than 600 years, and the financial, personnel, and military power in the imperial court were basically controlled by the nobles and nobles. The higher the scholar status is, the better the status is. Good nationalities include warriors, merchants, peasants and workers. Only people with good citizenship are qualified to call themselves good citizens. Fishermen, woodcutter, hunters, etc., these all belong to low status. Even lower than the humble status is the slave status. Zhou Shan is a skin-grinding martial artist. If he changes his registration, he can change to a military household with good registration, but he can also be a merchant. In the end, Zhou Shan chose a merchant. With the identity of a merchant, he can do business and open a shop, and he will have business tax benefits. Certain discounts. If someone else wanted to change their registration, they would have to deal with the county government. However, Zhou Shan had the status of Lin Yuanshang's direct disciple, and his third senior brother Sha Zhang had already said hello. The matter of changing registration was a trivial matter, and the county government officials quickly completed it for Zhou Shan. Back in the outer city, Zhou Shan asked his servants to start moving. The following days, Zhou Shan concentrated on practicing in his house in the inner city. After the fish stall shop in the fish market is completely owned by him, he does not need to pay any stall fees to the fish market, and as Lin Yuanshang's direct disciple, the fishing gang does not dare to ask him for a commission. The figure behind Zhang Ting, the deputy commander of the river patrol team, also wisely withdrew. Now the fish stall shop does not need anyone to protect it. No one who has eaten the bear-heart leopard dares to provoke Zhouji fish stall. In this way, Zhou Shan can get an additional 600 to 700 taels of silver every month, and can earn 1,300 taels of silver every month. Zhou Shan became a disciple of Lin Yuanshang. Although he was not a true disciple, he still needed to spend his own money to purchase training resources. However, as a disciple of the sect leader, he always had some preferential treatment. The resources purchased from the sect were basically at cost price, which would be cheaper than others. Quite a few. 1,300 taels of silver per month is enough for Zhou Shan's daily cultivation needs. Time passes day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 months later. In the 3rd year of Yongchang, it was the 15th day of the 12th lunar month. Zishi. Buzz. At this time, Zhou Shan felt the sea of spiritual consciousness tremble. Spiritual power is about to undergo transformation again. Zhou Shan's mind was concentrated into the sea of consciousness. He had experienced this feeling once when his mental power attribute broke through to 100. At that time, the originally ethereal spiritual power began to be highly condensed and transformed into visible wisps of spiritual mist. When the spiritual attribute reached 299 feet, the spiritual mist in Zhoushan's sea of spiritual consciousness was saturated. After another day, the mental attribute will reach 300. Zhou Shan saw wisps of spiritual mist in the sea of spiritual consciousness begin to merge together, turning from the spiritual mist into droplets of liquid like water drops. Open up the sea of consciousness and give birth to spiritual power. Then the spiritual power turned into mist, and now it condensed into water droplets. If spiritual power had realms, it would be in the third realm now. Half an hour later, all the spiritual mist in Zhou Shan's sea of spiritual consciousness condensed into spiritual drops. I don't know what has changed. Zhou Shan released his spiritual power and instantly penetrated the surrounding walls. This time, Zhou Shan felt that his mental power seemed to be more powerful than before. When he released his mental power, he clearly felt a sense of power. This has never happened before. Before, when he released his spiritual power, Zhou Shan only felt a little ethereal, but at this time, the spiritual power he cultivated seemed to become more real, and he felt like he could interfere with reality. Rise. Zhou Shan tried to use his mental power to wrap some gravel on the ground. Suddenly, the gravel on the ground was suspended from the ground under the pull of a mysterious force. This is mental interference with reality. Seeing this scene, Zhou Shan's eyes showed surprise. Another transformation of his mental power allowed him to interfere with reality and control objects with his mental power. Go. Zhou Shan used his mental power to control the stones and fly towards the courtyard wall not far away. Bang 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 bang. These stones were like bullets coming out of the barrel, and they shot towards the courtyard wall in an instant. In other words, the speed of these stones flying out is faster than the bullets coming out of the barrel. It is difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. Even with the eyesight of a warrior in the skin-grinding realm, it is difficult to catch the flight trajectory of the stones. Moreover, the power of these stones is also extremely terrifying, deeply embedded in the courtyard wall. If it falls on an ordinary person, it is enough to pierce through the flesh and blood of the person, which is more terrible than bows and arrows and crossbows. Moreover, this is just an ordinary stone. If it is a specially made steel ball, flying knife, flying needle or other hidden weapon, then even a warrior in the skin-grinding realm will definitely not be able to resist it and will be pierced through the body. Then, Zhou Shan tested it again. His current mental power has just undergone a transformation, and the power he possesses is still too weak. He can only lift some lighter objects, but it is enough to control flying knives and flying needles. Mental power can interfere with reality, and you can practice the fourth level of soul-stirring art. After testing for a while, Zhou Shan began to practice soul-stirring art. He had reached the third level of soul-stirring art a month ago, but in order to practice to the fourth level, according to the above description, he had to reach the realm of mental interference with reality. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. 1 point of spiritual attribute will be increased every day. Strength: 58. Defense: 60. Agility: 37. Physique: 62. Spirit: 300. Martial arts: Giant Spirit 5 forms, Ox form perfect, Bear form great success 24%, Soul stirring technique 4th level 1%, Turtle breathing technique 6th level perfect, Stone breathing fist perfect, Fish swimming body technique perfect. Soul stirring technique reached the 4th level. Half an hour later, Zhou Shan opened the attribute panel to check. The mental power underwent a transformation, and the mist condensed into beads. He practiced the soul-stirring technique and broke through to the 4th level. Try and see how it works. After closing the panel, Zhou Shan left the mansion. After midnight, the gate of the inner city had already been closed. However, with Zhou Shan's strength, a wall of only 20 meters high could not stop him. Among the fish swimming skills, there is a move called fish leaping over the dragon gate. In the water, Zhou Shan can jump out of the water for more than 10 meters. On land, he can use the force to jump to the 20-meter high wall and then jump off the wall. An invisible mental force spread out, and the soldiers guarding the city did not notice anything unusual. After a while, Zhou Shan rowed the black-sailed boat and came to Jinsha Bay. The mental force was released, and he soon found the red-scaled snake. More than 3 months later, the spirit red-scaled snake had transformed into a small demon of the 1st level. Splash! Zhou Shan dived into the water. It was the 12th lunar month, and the river was cold. But for Zhou Shan, it had no effect at all. He swam towards the red-scaled snake silently. The sleeping red-scaled snake seemed to sense the danger and opened its eyes. Soul-scaring technique. A savage and overbearing spiritual power blasted into the mind of the red-scaled snake. In an instant, the pupils of the red-scaled snake dilated. Zhou Shan used the 4th level soul-scaring technique, and the savage and overbearing spiritual power gradually condensed into a talisman composed of spiritual power in the mind of the red-scaled snake. Then, Zhou Shan drew a rune on the talisman, like a ghost painting. This is the ability of the 4th level of the soul-scaring technique, to condense the spiritual talisman and control living beings. As runes appeared on the spiritual talisman, the spiritual power that condensed into drops of water in Zhou Shan's spiritual sea of consciousness was rapidly consumed, and after most of the spiritual power was consumed, the runes on the spiritual talisman finally took shape. Ha! Success! Zhou Shan withdrew his spiritual power. The spiritual talisman in the red-scaled snake's sea of consciousness did not disappear. At the same time, a wonderful spiritual connection appeared in his mind. The red-scaled snake looked at him with eyes that were no longer ferocious, but revealed intimacy and agility. Through this mental connection, Zhou Shan could sense the emotions of the red-scaled snake, and he could also command the red-scaled snake through this mental connection. If he told it to go east, it would go east, very obedient. However, this mental connection consumed his mental power all the time. With Zhou Shan's current mental power, it was already the limit to condense a mental talisman to control the 1st level demon red-scaled snake. The recovery speed of mental power could barely keep up with the speed of consumption. If he used the soul scarring technique to control 2 1st level monsters, the recovery speed of mental power would not be able to keep up. Have you found the treasure plant recently? Zhou Shan sent a message directly to the red-scaled snake through the mental connection. If they communicated through language, the 2 languages were not in common, and it would be difficult for the red-scaled snake to understand, but through the mental connection to transmit information mentally, the red-scaled snake instantly understood what he meant. The red-scaled snake emitted mental fluctuations. Through the spiritual connection, Zhou Shan immediately understood what the red-scaled snake meant. It found a treasure plant nearby, but the treasure plant had an owner and was guarded by another monster. It was no match for it. How strong is the guarding monster? Zhou Shan continued to ask. A little stronger than me. The red-scaled snake responded immediately. A little stronger than the red-scaled snake, then it is still a small monster of the 1st level. Zhou Shan pondered. Now, he has cultivated the turtle breath skill to the 6th level of perfection, and the bear form in the giant spirit 5 form skill has also reached the great success level. With such strong strength, he can lift the 10,000 jin tripod with one hand. He can lift the 10,000 jin tripod with one hand. His skin is tough and hard to be injured by a knife. His tendons rise and fall like strings. His blood and chi break the limit like gauze. Zhou Shan has already achieved the first 3. He is a peak warrior in the skin-grinding realm. As long as he cultivates the bear form in the giant spirit 5 form skill to the perfect level, his blood and chi will be able to break the limit and reach the perfection of the skin-grinding realm. At the same time, with the advantage of mental power, the 1st level little demon is not his opponent at all. Even if he faces a 2nd level demon soldier, he can kill him with the ability of mental power to control objects. Let's go, take me there. Zhou Shan sent out mental waves. Then, Zhou Shan rode directly on the red-scaled snake. The little demon red-scaled snake turned into a mount, carrying Zhou Shan out of the water, and then quickly moved in one direction. This is coming to Shichuo. An hour later, the red-scaled snake dived into the water. Zhou Shan looked at the extremely complex terrain under the water and said secretly in his heart. At this time, there are countless huge stones under the water, some of which are even more than 10 meters high. These stones are intertwined with each other, forming a complex terrain. Under the stones, all kinds of aquatic creatures live. The waters with such complex terrain in Beisha River are Shichuo. The word, shi, in Shichuo also comes from this. It is precisely because of such a complex terrain that fishermen can hardly use fishing nets to catch fish. They have to dive to the bottom of the water to use a scoop net. However, the water in Shifuchuo is very deep, and ordinary fishermen cannot dive to the bottom of the water. Only fishermen with excellent swimming skills can do it. Tiger fish. Zhou Shan released his mental power to investigate, and soon found a tiger fish hidden in the cave. The bones of tiger fish are rich in nutrients. Grinding them into powder and swallowing them has the effect of strengthening bones. Now he has reached the peak of skin grinding and is close to the completion of skin grinding. He is about to enter the practice of bone forging. With the nourishment of tiger fish, the speed of practice will be greatly improved. It is the 12th lunar month and the weather is cold. The water temperature is even more outrageous. If ordinary people soak their fingers in the water, they will be frozen purple in a short time. In this kind of weather, most animals will choose to hibernate, and fish in the water are no exception. The metabolic rate will slow down, reduce the demand for food, and gather in deep water because it is warm enough. In the cold winter, fishermen basically do not go out to fish in the river. The price of the catch in these 3 months will also be much higher than usual. The tiger fish is hidden in the stone cave and rarely moves. Zhou Shan wrote down the location of the tiger fish. At this time, the red-scaled snake continued to go deeper. At this time, the depth of the water is getting deeper and deeper, and it has exceeded 50 meters. After a while, Zhou Shan saw a mysterious blue light emitting not far away. Although he didn't get close, Zhou Shan saw more than a dozen blue plants in an oval kidney shape, more than 10 centimeters long, with a blue fruit on the top of each plant. These blue fruits are crystal clear and you can see the liquid inside. This is the treasure plant blue crystal fruit. Zhou Shan recognized the blue fruit. The blue crystal fruit has the effect of strengthening the foundation, condensing qi and strengthening blood, and opening up the meridians. However, all treasure plants are guarded by monsters. At the beginning, when Zhou Shan discovered the treasure plant blood lotus, it was guarded by a red-scaled snake, and the treasure plant blue crystal fruit was naturally guarded by monsters. Toad demon. Beside the blue crystal fruit, there was a toad-like demon sleeping. However, the size of this demon was much larger than that of an ordinary toad, like a calf, and it was covered with fine scales and had a pair of sharp claws. Although the toad demon was sleeping, part of its mind was always alert to its surroundings. When Zhou Shan and the red-scaled snake approached, the toad demon was immediately awakened. Quack! Seeing Zhou Shan and the red-scaled snake, the toad demon felt a huge threat, and a demon dared to invade its territory, which was a provocation to it, and it immediately launched an attack. The spirits and monsters have a strong sense of territory. Whenever other spirits and monsters enter their territory, they will regard it as a provocation, and there will be a fight. This is the case for the first-level demons and the second-level demon soldiers. They will not easily enter unfamiliar waters. Once you enter unfamiliar waters, you may encounter other monsters, and you can't avoid fighting. Unless it is a further transformation, from a second-level demon soldier to a more powerful third-level demon general, it will be different. The third-level demon general has opened up his spiritual wisdom and knows how to gather his subordinates. The name of the demon general also comes from this. If there are no soldiers under his command, how can he be called a general? At the same time, the demon general can also restrain the demon soldiers and small demons under his command, and will not fight each other. Ha! The toad demon rushed towards Zhou Shan and the red-scaled snake, and its sharp claws broke through the water flow, making a sound like cloth being torn. From this, it can be seen how fast and powerful this attack was. Come on! Giant bear hits the tree. Facing the attacking toad demon, Zhou Shan felt that he should test his strength, and immediately rushed out of the red-scaled snake, using the killer move of the giant spirit 5-form skill bear form. Giant bear hits the tree. Suddenly, as Zhou Shan ran his strength, blue-black tendons appeared on his body, rising and falling, like a strong bow, and the strength of the whole body gathered in his palm. Explosion! Zhou Shan's palm strike was as powerful as a millstone twisted into a strand. The tendons rose and fell, making a sound of a string being released. Zhou Shan's palm also broke the water flow, making a whistling sound. Boom! Zhou Shan's palm and the claws of the toad monster collided fiercely, and a huge force burst out. The toad monster was immediately blown away and kept rolling in the water. Die! Zhou Shan moved his body and rushed out like a swimming fish. Before the toad monster's body that was constantly rolling had stabilized, he had already rushed to the front, stretched out his big hand, grabbed the toad monster's head, and then smashed it towards a sharp stone. Puff! The sharp stone passed through one of the toad monster's eyes, pierced the brain, and penetrated the head. The sharp stone was covered with red and white meat. The toad monster's legs jumped twice, and soon there was no movement. With Zhou Shan's strength, there was no fierce battle to deal with an ordinary first-level monster. He didn't even use the soul-scaring technique and killed the toad monster in 2 moves. Seeing the toad monster that was stronger than itself being killed by Zhou Shan, the red-scaled snake was even more awed. As expected of the master, his strength far exceeded it. "Master, can you give me the corpse of the toad monster?" At this moment, the red-scaled snake exuded a strong mental fluctuation, and was very eager to eat the toad monster. "Eat it," Zhou Shan said with a thought. Anyway, the corpse of the toad monster was of no use to him. The spirit monsters contain a unique, demon, aura in their bodies. The so-called demon aura is actually the blood of spirit monsters. The blood of monsters is different from that of humans. Humans will be polluted if they are contaminated with their own blood. Ordinary people will be weak and sick if they are eroded by demon aura. The flesh and blood of monsters are nourished by demon aura, which is also poisonous to ordinary people. Warriors have strong blood and chi, and can refine the flesh and blood of monsters. But if they eat too much, their blood and chi will be polluted by the monster chi and become impure, and their own personality will also be affected. At the least, they will become irritable, violent, and bloodthirsty. At the worst, all parts of their body will become monsterized. If there are no side effects, they are not monsters, but treasure fish and treasure beasts. Unless they reach the 3rd realm of internal organs training, their blood and chi are like fire, and they can swallow gold fossils. When they practice to the extreme, they can condense a blood and chi furnace. The blood and chi of monsters in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd realms will not affect the warriors who practice the internal organs in the 3rd realm. The blood and chi furnace can completely refine the monster chi in the flesh and blood and extract pure energy. Therefore, for warriors who practice the internal organs in the 3rd realm, they can eat the flesh and blood of monsters as food without worrying about being affected by the monster chi. However, before the cultivation is reached, it is better to eat less monster flesh and blood, so as not to pollute the blood and chi and degenerate into a monster. Once it degenerates into a demon, it becomes neither human nor demon. It has no chance of surviving in the human kingdom. Even among the demons, it is rejected and unwelcome. "Thank you for the reward, Master." After receiving Zhou Shan's order, the red-scaled snake immediately rushed towards the corpse of the toad demon, then opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the entire corpse of the toad demon. After killing the toad demon, Zhou Shan came to the treasure plant and picked the blue crystal fruits one by one. The blue crystal fruit of the treasure plant is different from the blood lotus. After picking the blood lotus, it must be taken immediately within an hour, otherwise the medicinal effect will be lost, but this blue crystal fruit is different. After picking it, it is not a big problem to keep it for more than 10 days. Let's go back. Zhou Shan rode the red-scaled snake and returned to Jinsha Bay. On the way, he also caught the tiger fish he found. Sent Zhou Shan back to the black-sailed boat in Jinsha Bay. The red-scaled snake that swallowed the toad monster also fell into a deep sleep, refining the body of the toad monster with all its strength, while Zhou Shan rode the black-sailed boat back to the fishing dock. The spiritual connection is still there. Back at the fishing dock, Zhou Shan and the red-scaled snake were far apart. However, Zhou Shan could sense that the connection with the red-scaled snake was still there. However, this spiritual connection will become weaker and weaker as the distance increases, but Zhou Shan's spiritual attributes are improving every day, and the spiritual attributes are getting stronger and stronger, and the distance of this spiritual connection will also be farther and farther. Zhou Shan returned to the inner city house and could still sense the existence of the red-scaled snake. He gave the red-scaled snake an order that once the toad monster was refined, it should go to Shiyutuo to look for the tiger fish, one of the treasure fish, and gather all the tiger fish it found. The red-scaled snake emitted a spiritual wave to indicate that it had received it. Very good. Now that I have a little brother, I don't have to spend time looking for the treasure fish myself. Zhou Shan seemed to have seen a bright future. Now he only controlled a little monster, but as his spiritual attributes improved, he would be able to control more and more monsters, and it would be much easier to find treasure fish or treasure plants in Beisha River. 5 days passed in a flash. In the morning, on the martial arts field, Zhou Shan was practicing the bear-shaped technique of the giant spirit 5 forms technique. His blood vessels were wriggling, and the power of chi and blood followed the blood in his body like a waterfall, making a sound like swooshing. At this time, Zhou Shan's body was steaming with heat, and his chi and blood were surging. From the pores of his skin, there was a faint blood-red mist slowly seeping out, lingering around his body, as if he was covered with a layer of blood-red gauze. Chi and blood break the limit, like gauze. After practicing the Giant Spirit 5 Forms technique, Zhou Shan showed joy on his face. The practice of martial arts focuses on chi and blood. If you want to step into martial arts, the first step is to strengthen chi and blood. However, after chi and blood grow to a certain extent, they will fall into a bottleneck and it will be difficult to improve. This requires breaking the limit. During these 5 days, Zhou Shan took 3 blue crystal fruits every day. He had refined more than a dozen blue crystal fruits, and the chi and blood in his body had reached a limit. Now he has finally completed the first limit breaking of chi and blood. Once the limit of chi and blood is broken, you can further temper your body and enter the bone forging realm. Human bones are much harder than skin membranes and muscles. It can be said that bones are the hardest part of the human body. If you want to use chi and blood to temper bones and penetrate into bones, the requirements for chi and blood are very high. You must go through a limit-breaking process and reach the level of chi and blood gauze before the power of chi and blood can penetrate into the bones. Otherwise, no matter how you practice bone-forging martial arts, moving chi and blood again and again is useless. If chi and blood are not strong, it will not have any tempering effect on bones. Now that my chi and blood have broken the limit, I can start practicing the bone-forging realm. Zhou Shan finished his practice. After breakfast, he went to the martial arts hall and found his third senior brother Sha Zhang. The chi and blood broke the limit so quickly, which is much faster than I thought. Hearing Zhou Shan's words, Sha Zhang couldn't help but praise, "Junior brother, your talent is really extraordinary. Compared with the fourth junior brother, my second senior brother and I are much stronger." The leader of the dueling sect wants to accept Zhou Shan as a disciple. In addition to the information about the character, some other information was also collected. They knew that Zhou Shan had never been to the outer city martial arts hall. The turtle breathing skill he practiced was a martial arts secret book he bought himself. People in Guyu Street in the shantytown knew that Zhou Shan was a genius who was self-taught. Such a talent and bone is definitely beyond the top, and it is excellent. Since your blood and chi have broken the limit, I will teach you the tiger form practice method in the Giant Spirit 5 Forms. Sha Zhang said. The tiger form in the Giant Spirit 5 Forms has a total of 13 forms, so it is also called the tiger form 13 forms. Watch it. As soon as the voice fell, Sha Zhang began to practice the tiger form 13 forms. Fierce tiger descending the mountain, fierce tiger jumping over the stream, fierce tiger climbing the mountain, fierce tiger carrying the corpse, fierce tiger shaking its tail, fierce tiger stretching its waist, fierce tiger moving its spine, tiger roaring in the wind, tiger pouncing on the flock of sheep, fierce tiger digging out the heart, tiger leaping in the mountains and forests, dominating the mountains, the king of beasts. The tiger form 13 forms have bone-strengthening training methods, as well as fighting methods and killing moves. The training method is mainly to move blood and temper bones, which improves one's physical fitness, while the fighting method and killing move are to use the power to make the same punch and palm burst out with several times the power, which belongs to the technique. Martial arts are mainly divided into skills and martial arts. The skills improve the basic attributes of oneself: strength, defense, agility and physique. As for the spiritual attributes, because spiritual skills are extremely rare, some large sects with 5-level masters may not have them. For example, the turtle breathing skill practiced by Zhou Shan belongs to the skill, while the stone breaking fist and the swimming fish body method are martial arts, and their role is to exert the power of oneself. But this can only be regarded as a low-level martial arts. If it is a middle-level martial arts, it can make the user's blood and strength twist into a burst and burst out, and the power is directly doubled, while the superior martial arts can increase the power several times. The fighting method and killing moves in the 13 tiger forms are superior martial arts. Zhou Shan practiced with Sha Zhang. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. 1 point of spiritual attribute will be increased every day. Strength: 65. Defense: 63. Agility: 37. Physique: 70. Spirit: 305. Martial arts. Giant spirit 5 forms, ox form perfect, bear form perfect, tiger form entry 1%, soul shocking technique 4th level 6%, turtle breathing technique 6th level perfect, stone breaking fist perfect, fish swimming body technique perfect. Half an hour later, Zhou Shan mastered the 13 forms of tiger form. Your 4th senior brother is going to join the army. I will give you a farewell party at Bajanlu tonight. Don't forget. After the training, Sha Zhang said. Join the army. Zhou Shan said, why does 4th senior brother want to join the army? This is what master meant. Sha Zhang said, a few days ago, senior brother wrote to me and said that he had broken through to the 4th level of blood exchange, but with the resources of the martial arts hall, it is difficult to provide 2 blood exchange warriors with training at the same time, so senior brother chose to join the army. Now that Dakian is fighting with the Nanman Kingdom, it is a good time to make achievements. As long as he has made contributions, he can be transferred back to Dakang County and become the pillar of the martial arts hall in the army. The martial arts hall's current power is only in Baisha County. If it wants to expand outward, it must have new pillars, so Master asked 4th junior brother to join the army and help senior brother gain a foothold in the army. I see. Zhou Shan nodded. His master, Lin Yuanshang, is indeed ambitious. None of the disciples he accepted was simple. The eldest senior brother Lu Yin was the strongest, and now he had broken through to the 4th realm to exchange blood. Once he gained a foothold in the army, he would be the pillar of the martial arts school in the military. The 2nd senior brother Lu Shaoj was backed by the Lu family, the richest businessman in Dakang County. He was good at business and would be the money bag of the martial arts school in the future. However, with the strength of the Lu family, it was considered the top in Dakang County, much stronger than the Juling sect. Lu Shaoj was allowed to worship Lin Yuanshang. In addition to Lin Yuanshang's life-saving grace to the head of the Lu family, he should also have seen Lin Yuanshang's potential. Once Lin Yuanshang broke through to the 5th realm and became a master, he would immediately be a carp leaping over the dragon gate and a sparrow turning into a phoenix. The 3rd senior brother Sha Zhang was the official pillar of the Juling sect in Baisha County. As long as Sha Zhang broke through to the 3rd realm to practice internal organs, he would also be accepted as a true disciple. 4th senior brother Fang Dingtian, because his ancestors had done a favor to the Juling martial arts school, and Fang Dingtian himself had good aptitude, so Lin Yuanshang accepted him as his personal disciple. How is the war between Dakian and Nanman? I saw that the government issued an announcement and started the 2nd grain collection. Zhou Shan asked. Sha Zhang is the son of the county magistrate, and he must be more informed about the news of the court than ordinary people. The government started the 2nd grain collection before the new year. For the lower class people, this year is probably not easy to spend, but fortunately this time the grain collection is not all about handing in refined rice, sweet potatoes, corn, pickled fish and other foods that can be preserved for a long time. Wars between countries are not so easy to end. It will take at least 3 to 5 years. Sha Zhang said. No matter what, the war will not spread to Donghai Prefecture. Donghai Prefecture is one of the richest prefectures in Dakian. At most, it will pay money and food. Junior brother, don't worry. Night falls. Zhou Shan came to Bajun Tower to pay farewell to his 4th senior brother Fang Dingtian. Among the 4 senior brothers in the Juling sect, except for the senior brother Lu Yin, whom he had never met, the 3rd senior brother Sha Zhang he dealt with the most was because his martial arts was taught by Sha Zhang. Lu Shaoj and Fang Dingtian, one works as the chief arrester of the county government's criminal arrest team, and the other is a trainee in the escort agency, so they meet less often, but they get together to drink and chat, and there is no sense of strangeness. After eating and drinking, 2nd senior brother Lu Shaoj and 3rd senior brother Sha Zhang both gave farewell gifts to 4th senior brother Fang Dingtian. The 2nd senior brother gave me a life-saving elixir. This elixir is called the 9 Treasures Life-Protecting Pill. It is made from 9 kinds of precious plants. As long as you have a breath, you can keep your life alive. Even if your heart is broken, as long as it is not completely crushed, the 9 Treasures Protecting Pills will not die. The life pill can also be repaired slowly and is worth thousands of gold. The 3rd senior brother Sha Zhang gave him a sword that was as sharp as iron and was also worth a lot of money. 4th senior brother, I don't have anything to give as a gift. I got a piece of gold scale inner armor and gave it to senior brother. Zhou Shan took out an armor made of golden carp scales. In the past 3 months, he also caught a lot of golden carp. The meat of the golden carp naturally went into his stomach, and the scales of the golden carp were made into 2 pieces of inner armor. He was wearing one for protection, and he took out the other and gave it to his 4th senior brother Fang Dingtian. Zhou Shan opened the package and took out the golden scale inner armor, which was shining with gold and really beautiful. This is golden scale armor. Junior brother, where did you get so many golden carp scales? Seeing Zhou Shan take out the golden scale inner armor, Liu Xiaoj and Sha Zhang showed surprise in their eyes. Golden carp is a treasure fish, and its number is very rare. Even the county government may not be able to collect enough golden carp scales to make an armor in a year. For hundreds of years, the number of golden scale guards under the county government has remained at around 100. Junior brother, I make a living by fishing. I have caught a lot of golden carps in the past few months. Zhou Shan smiled and said, you made your golden scale armor by catching golden carp by yourself. Junior brother, your fishing skills are not weaker than that of the old fisherman king who passed away in Fisher King village. Junior brother, the name of the Fisher King is indeed well deserved. Liu Xiaoj and Sha Zhang praised each other one after another. With their status and background, it is not impossible to get a piece of golden scale armor, but this relies on the power behind them, and Zhou Shan relied on his own ability to create the golden scale inner armor, which is a real skill. Thank you for your kindness, 5th junior brother. However, as a senior brother, how can I accept your junior brother's things? Moreover, junior brother, you are still in the 1st level of skin grinding. Junior brother, you need protective treasures such as golden scale armor more than I do. Fang Dingtian shook his head and did not accept it. Brother, I already have one on me. Zhou Shan smiled, and then revealed the golden scale inner armor he was wearing under his clothes. 4th junior brother, don't underestimate the 5th junior brother. His chi and blood have exceeded the limit. Today I have taught the 5th junior brother the 13 tiger forms and officially started the practice of the bone forging realm. Sha Zhang smiled and said, maybe it won't take long for the 5th junior brother's cultivation to catch up with you. Since the 5th junior brother has this golden scale armor, just accept it. In that case, senior brother, I will accept it shamelessly. Seeing that Zhou Shan himself had a piece of golden scale armor, Fang Dingtian accepted the gift without refusing. The 5th junior brother's chi and blood have broken through. It's time to show him blood. Liu Xiaoj said, martial arts practice requires fighting with life and death. Fighting methods and killing methods can only be understood when fighting with others. For profound. The new year is approaching, and several towns have paid less tax this year than last year. They say they were robbed by bandits in the mountains. The security teams of these towns organized several attempts to suppress the bandits but failed. I request the county we are here to provide support. Sha Zhang said. The county government asked the martial arts school to organize a bandit suppression team, and I will take the 5th junior brother with me to see the blood tomorrow. Compared with water bandits hiding in the clouds and swamps, it is indeed easier to encircle and suppress mountain bandits. Unless they are hiding in some mountains and forests with complex terrain and miasma, they are difficult to find. Liu Xiaoj nodded. 5th junior brother, what's your opinion? Sha Zhang looked at Zhou Shandao. Of course I have no objection to destroying the bandits. Zhou Shan nodded in agreement. In the 3rd year of Yongchang, it is the 21st day of the 12th lunar month. Blackwater Town, Wangyu Village. A tall, rough-looking man sat at the end of the village. This person is Luo Daniu, a big leader in Niatu Village, a group of bandits that has emerged in Haishui Town in recent years. Behind him are more than 20 men holding swords, while the other half of the bandits they rushed into the village and grabbed food from door to door. All the food was taken away. When the government sends people to collect grain, they will not dry up the lake for fishing. But bandits can't control that much. Without enough food, their brothers will starve to death. As for whether the villagers are alive or dead, it has nothing to do with them. Bandits are a group of people who only know how to plunder and do nothing to produce. When there was no food to eat, they plundered everywhere. Your Majesty, please be kind and leave some food for us. At the head of the village chief knelt down and begged, if you take away all the food, everyone in the village will starve to death this winter. Quote, Your Majesty, please leave us some food. Every one of the villagers in Wangnu village knelt on the ground and begged. These villagers are as thin as bamboo poles, with sallow complexions and skinny muscles, and have suffered from chronic malnutrition. Old man, get away. Before Luo Daniu could say anything, a younger brother next to him immediately stepped forward, kicked the village chief to the ground, and sneered, "Stop acting here, last year's at that time, you also said the same thing, but you all starved to death, and you were not living well. Quote, since you said so, I will be merciful." Luo Daniu stood up and said calmly, "There happens to be a shortage of women in the village. You can't support so many people, so we will help." He, the boss is still thoughtful. The boys behind Luo Daniu let out lewd laughter, and then began to snatch women. In a short time, more than a dozen young women were kidnapped. These young women who were kidnapped were all snuggling together and crying softly. "Why cry? It's your blessing to be able to serve me." Luo Daniu looked at these dozen young women and fell in love with one of them. He immediately stepped forward to hold the young woman in his arms, and then walked towards the nearest house, ready to vent his animal desires. Tap 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 tap. At this moment, a group of people wearing martial arts uniforms entered the village on horseback. "What's going on? There are people on guard outside." Luo Daniu frowned slightly when he saw a group of strangers entering the village. He clearly sent several people to stand guard outside the village, but without any warning, he allowed a group of strangers to approach. "Fifth Master, what should we do with these bandits?" One of them came to Zhou Shan and asked in a low voice. Zhou Shan is Lin Yuanshang's fifth disciple. In the giant spirit sect, all the disciples call him the fifth master. "Kill them all," Zhou Shan said lightly. "It is recorded in the county annals of Beixia County. In the 3rd year of Yongchang, there were bandits in Niatu village in Haishui town. They looted everywhere and committed all kinds of evil. The villagers in the villages and towns were miserable. Sha Zhang, a direct disciple of Zhuling sect, led dozens of disciples to suppress the bandits. Zhou Shan took the lead and killed dozens of bandits. The next few days, Zhou Shan followed Sha Zhang to several villages and towns, suppressing bandits everywhere. These bandits have basically only learned a few moves of three-legged cat kung fu. They can deal with ordinary people just fine, one person can fight 4 or 5, but to deal with the official disciples of the giant spirit sect, it would be a big deal for Guangdong to show his face. Each of the official disciples of the giant spirit sect is a warrior who has entered the skin-grinding realm. Among these bandits, only some of the leaders have some real skills and are warriors in the skin-grinding realm. However, it was natural for Zhou Shan to deal with the leaders of these bandits and use them to practice their skills. Niatu Village, Blood Wolf Village, White Bone Village. In 7 days, Zhou Shan killed 13 bandits in one go. In the process of fighting with the bandit leader, Zhou Shan became more and more skilled in the use of the 13 tiger forms. Hundreds of people died in his hands, but every bandit he killed was a person who deserved to be killed, hands covered with blood. There are only 3 days left before the Chinese New Year. The bandit suppression team also ended the bandit suppression and returned to the county seat. The tax money and grain just collected by the government were transported to the county and the ship capsized. Zhou Shan and Sha Zhang completed the bandit suppression, and when they returned to the county town, they heard the news being discussed in the streets and alleys. Everyone has a sad look on their face. Ships carrying tax money and grain to the front capsized and sank to the bottom of the river. The tax money is sealed in boxes. If it sinks to the bottom of the river, warriors can be sent to dive into the water to salvage it again. Even if there is a loss, as long as most of the tax money is salvaged, the loss will not be big, but the food cannot. This time the food was lost, but the court didn't care so much. It would only ask the county government to hand over the food again. In order to complete the tasks of the superiors, the county government would definitely requisition food. Everything is fine, how could the boat capsize? Zhou Shan and Sha Zhang looked at each other and felt that this was abnormal. There must be something hidden among them. The two immediately returned to the giant spirit gate and came to the study to meet their master Lin Yuanshang. "I'm back. You must have heard about the boat capsizing when you entered the city." Lin Yuanshang said, "This is true. The boat really capsized, but there was some unintentional manipulation." "Wusheng cult, have they reached out to Donghai Mansion?" Hearing this, both Zhou Shan and Sha Zhang frowned. After being introduced by several senior brothers, Zhou Shan also had some understanding of the Wusheng sect. It was established by the remnants of the previous Zhou dynasty. Its purpose was to rebel against the Zhou dynasty. It has existed for more than 600 years. In the past 10 years, it has been very active, creating chaos everywhere, inciting the people to rebel. To the extreme, it is direct and indirect assassination of officials. In addition, some relatively powerful bandits are supported by the Wusheng cult. Even wealthy businessmen and landlords in some places have the shadow of the Wusheng cult behind them. No one knows that the Wusheng cult is hiding in the dark. How many secrets have been developed? Wusheng Zhao knew that it was almost impossible to overthrow Dagon in peacetime. Therefore, the purpose of the Wusheng sect has always been simple, which is to bring chaos to the world. Only when the world is in chaos, with people rising up everywhere, and wars raging, can they have a chance to overthrow Dakian. But in Donghai Mansion, Wusheng cult has never set foot in it before. It cannot be said so absolutely. It should be said that Wusheng cult has not caused chaos before, and perhaps it has been secretly planning it. It has not been long since the ship capsized, and even as a teacher, I have only received the news not long ago, but this matter has already caused a storm in the city. Behind this, there must be rogue gangsters from the Wusheng cult spreading the news everywhere in an attempt to create chaos. Lin Yuanshang said in a deep voice, "The county magistrate has ordered that the whole city is under martial law. The gates of the outer city and the inner city, the fishing dock, the commercial port, etc. are all blocked. No one is allowed in or out. The whole city is searching for Wusheng cult thieves. You too. They each led a team of people to cooperate with the people from the Yamen to conduct a citywide investigation." Quote, "Yes, Zhou Shan and Xia Zhang took the task and left the study. I didn't expect that the Chinese New Year would come out like this." Xia Zhang said, "The Wusheng cult appears in Baisha County. It is impossible that they will only do this one thing. They must mess up Baisha County, at least let Baisha. The county's vitality must be severely damaged. I'm afraid I'll have to deal with Wusheng cult frequently in the future, so junior brother must be prepared. The Wusheng cult is in the dark, and we are in the light. We can only block it with soldiers, and the water will cover us." Zhou Shan said in a deep voice. "Before we found the Wusheng cult's lair, we were indeed a little passive." Xia Zhang said, "Let's go to the county government to get the household registration list first, and then conduct a citywide inventory to confirm that there are no Wusheng cult thieves lurking in the city. As long as the household registration is not from Baisha County, get it first and then talk about it." Quote, "Clear." Zhou Shan nodded. After going to the county government office to obtain the household registration list and assigning the investigation area, Zhou Shan returned to Julingmen to summon 30 official disciples and then began door-to-door investigation work. Although, he didn't think he could find the thief of Wusheng cult this way. If the Wusheng cult had planned something in advance, they must have a legitimate identity. How could they easily find out? The disciples of the Juling sect were responsible for the investigation, and Zhou Shan's mental power had scanned everyone on the street and found nothing unusual, but the investigation still had to continue. Spiritual power. This is Zhou Shan's trump card. He will not easily expose it, even his master Lin Yuanshang does not know. After all, even some sects with 5-level masters do not have spiritual martial arts, and he has such terrible spiritual power without practicing spiritual martial arts, which is not enough to describe as a gifted person. Once it is exposed, even fools will only know that he has a huge secret. Human nature is the most vulnerable to test. Never test human nature. For his own safety, Zhou Shan will not tell anyone. Moreover, in order to be foolproof, Zhou Shan also hypnotized the 2 people in Jude Casino, so that they forgot the secret book of soul-shocking technique in their memory. He only bought the stone-breaking fist and the fish-swimming body technique. If Zhou Shan's spiritual power is used to search the whole city, he may be able to find the hidden thieves of Wusheng sect, but if he does not want to expose his mastery of spiritual power, there are several places he cannot search. First, it is the giant spirit gate. With Lin Yuanshang's strength, Zhou Shan can detect abnormalities with just mental perception, not to mention using mental power to investigate directly. There are also the county government, the Bai family, the first family in Baisha County, Laming Martial Arts School, etc. These forces are all led by masters who have exchanged blood in the four realms. Who doesn't have a little secret? It is impossible for Zhou Shan to use mental power to investigate. All Zhou Shan can do is to do his job honestly. If he finds a thief from the Wusheng sect in the area he is responsible for checking, there is no doubt that he will report it as soon as possible, and other areas are naturally in charge of other people, and he can't control it. Dakion 669. Yongchang 4th year, the first day of the first lunar month. A new year has arrived. However, due to the influence of Wusheng cult, the whole city is still under martial law. Therefore, some large-scale activities such as temple fairs have also been cancelled. The entire county is quite quiet. Red couplets are pasted on the door of every house in the inner city. 2 red lanterns are hung at the door. After setting off a few strings of firecrackers, the festival is over. Zhou Shan also came to Zhouji fish stall and handed out New Year red envelopes to the fish stall clerk and all the fishermen. Thank you, boss. My boss is becoming more and more heroic. You don't need to tell me that my boss has become a warrior master and has been accepted as a direct disciple by the master of the giant spirit sect. With such an identity, even the fish market manager and the leader of the fishing gang have to accept it when they see it. As a distinguished guest. With my boss here, no one will dare to say that we fishermen are useless in the future. Yes, even those gentlemen in the inner city have to respectfully call us Mr. Wu when they see our boss. When my baby grows up, I must let him learn martial arts. Quote. At this time, Zhou Shan was wearing the powerful martial arts uniform of the Juling sect, with a white jade belt around his waist, and cloud-walking boots made of tiger skin on his feet. During this time, he was practicing martial arts and had grown very fast. He was over 1.9 meters tall and looked extremely heroic. When Zhou Shan came to the fish stall, in addition to the fish stall's waiters and fishermen, there were many people watching. The onlookers looked at Zhou Shan with envy and admiration. Zhou Shan was their goal. It could be said that he was living the life of their dreams. Of course, people are complicated. If someone admires someone, there will be jealousy. Even if you are a saint, it is impossible for everyone to praise you. There will always be people who find fault with you. However, as long as they are people at Zhouji fish stall, whether they are waiters or fishermen, they all think of Zhou Shan. Not only do they get better wages when they work with Zhou Shan, but they also get better fishing products, and their lives are visibly getting better. This New Year's red envelope is equivalent to the money they earn in a month. Where can they find such a good owner? And those with jealous eyes are people from other fish stalls and fish shops. For example, the manager of Yiji's fish shop looked at Zhou Shan with a look of deep jealousy. In his heart, Zhou Shan has always been a low-level fisherman that he looked down on. Even if he opened Zhouji fish stall, he was just relying on others' influence. After all, he was still a low-level fisherman. But for some unknown reason, he was actually accepted as a direct disciple by the master of the giant spirit sect, and became Lord Friday, whom even the fishing gang wanted to fawn over. How could he not be jealous of this? However, he did not dare to express this jealousy. Otherwise, with Zhou Shan's current status, he doesn't need to do anything himself. As long as he gives a secret signal, the people from the fishing gang can make him disappear from the world immediately, guaranteeing that he will never see the sun the next day. After giving out the red envelopes, all the fishermen dispersed. Uncle Chen, Xiao Yu is 14 this year. Zhou Shan stopped Chen Yang in the crowd and asked. Well, I'm 14 this year. Chen Yang nodded. At the age of 14, you are almost ready to practice martial arts. Zhou Shan nodded, and then said, if Uncle Chen doesn't dislike it, you can let Xiao Yu follow me for a few months. Chen Yang's family was kind to him, and they would help as much as they could. But teaching a man to fish is worse than teaching him to fish. Chen Yang's family has a son and a daughter. The eldest son is called Chen Yu. He is 14 years old this year. If he learns martial arts, then the life of Chen Yang's family will get better and better even without his care. Ah Shan, you want to teach Xiao Yu how to practice martial arts? Chen Yang was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise, it is his blessing that Xiao Yu can learn martial arts from you, Ah Shan. This is something that no one can ask for. Originally, Chen Yang planned to let his son practice martial arts with Zhou Shan, but when Zhou Shan became a disciple of the master of the jeweling sect and moved to the inner city, he gave up this idea. In his mind, anyone who can enter the inner city and has a house in the inner city is a great master. The status gap between the two was too big, so he was embarrassed to come and disturb her. In the past few months, the life of the fisherman who followed Zhou Ji's fish stall has been better than before. He has also saved some money. If he lives frugally, he will be able to save enough money to send his children to the outer city in at most half a year. Practice martial arts in the martial arts studio. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shan would take the initiative to teach Xiao Yu martial arts. Ah Shan, I heard that the martial arts halls in the inner city cost 20 taels a month to pay for tea and water. I don't have that much silver on hand right now. Chen Yang was mid-sentence when Zhou Shan interrupted directly. Uncle Chen, how can I get paid to teach Xiao Yu how to practice martial arts? When the time comes, let Xiao Yu stay at my place first, so as not to have to travel back and forth between the inner city and the outer city. Quote. Ah Shan, you take such good care of our family, I really don't know what to say. Chen Yang is an honest man, and his eyes filled with tears at this time. Uncle Chen, of course you didn't ask for anything in return when you took care of me. Zhou Shan smiled and said, I am where I am today thanks to Uncle Chen and Aunt Chunmei taking care of me when I had a fever. I will never forget this love. Quote. We are all neighbors, so we should help each other. Brother Zhou helped me a lot when he was here. Chen Yang said, Ah Shan, you go ahead and I'll go back and tell my son the good news. Okay. Zhou Shan nodded. Master Wu is going to teach Chen Yang's son martial arts. In the future, Chen Yang's family will also become prosperous. I never thought that the care I received back then would bring me wealth and honor today. Yesterday's kindness benefits our descendants. Today's wealth and achievements are all thanks to Chen Yang's care back then. Only then can we have such an opportunity to benefit our descendants. No matter what, Master Zhou Wu is still loyal and righteous. Yes, Master Zhou Wu is loyal and righteous. Moreover, as the eldest master in the inner city, he can even lower himself to come to a dirty and messy place like the fish market. He treats us fishermen the same as before. He does not look down on us fishermen because of our different status. So Master Zhou Wu is the pride of us fishermen. Quote. The fishermen knew that Zhou Shan was going to teach Chen Yang's son martial arts, and they praised him again. Ting, when are you getting married? After the fishermen dispersed, Zhou Shan looked at Ting and asked. He became a warrior, and also became the direct disciple of the master of the giant spirit sect. Ting was not worthy of the title of brother. Zhou Shan might not care, but if others heard it, it might cause trouble. Therefore, both of them addressed each other by their normal names. The whole city has been under martial law for some time, so it is not suitable for a grand wedding, at least after the 15th. Ting said, don't forget to notify me when you choose a good day, and I will come to ask for a glass of wedding wine. Zhou Shan smiled and said, Shan, it is my honor that you can come, and I will naturally not forget it. With Zhou Shan's current status, Ting naturally welcomes him to come to his wedding wine. Leaving Zhou Ji fish shop, Zhou Shan rode away from the fishing dock. The whole city of Baisha County was on alert, and people could only enter but not leave, but this was for ordinary people. He wanted to go out to fish in the river, and the people responsible for blocking the fish market and the fishing dock did not dare to stop him. This is a privilege, no matter where you are. After leaving the dock, Zhou Shan used the mental lock to call the monster red scale snake to come. About half an hour later, a giant snake with red scales all over its body surfaced. After swallowing the toad monster, the red scale snake became a little bigger. At this time, the red-scaled snake that surfaced handed over several fish baskets, which contained 10 tiger-striped fish. Not bad, keep up the good work. Looking at the tiger-striped fish in the fish basket, Zhou Shan nodded with satisfaction, then handed the new fish basket to the red-scaled snake, patted its head, and told it to continue catching tiger-striped fish. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. With the help of the little brother red scale snake to catch tiger fish, Zhou Shan didn't have to do it himself. He only needed to go out once every few days. The meat of tiger fish is delicious and can strengthen the body. The fish bones are nutritious and have the effect of strengthening bones. One of the main ingredients of the secret medicine for practicing the 13 tiger forms is the bones of tiger fish. Taking the secret medicine for practice is several times better than taking the bones of tiger fish alone. Zhou Shan has no shortage of tiger fish, so he can take the secret medicine every day for practice. His practice in the bone forging realm is getting better and better. The bones of the whole body are strengthened and become more and more tough. The practice of the bone forging realm is divided into 3 levels. The first level is bone strengthening, the second level is tiger bones, and the third level is iron bones. Now, Zhou Shan is at the first level of bone strengthening. If he reaches the second level of tiger bone, his bone strengthening will be 7 or 8 times stronger than that of ordinary people. He can also burst out more terrible power with muscles. The power of the second level bone forging warrior is several times that of the first level skin grinding warrior. If he reaches the iron bone level, his bones will be like gold and iron. Even if he dies, it will be difficult to burn in a short time if he is put in the fire. When the iron bone is cultivated to the extreme, the qi and blood will break the limit for the second time. When the qi and blood are fully operated, they will rise to the sky like a wolf smoke. Zhou Shan's third senior brother Sha Zhang is at the iron bone level. He just cultivated the qi and blood wolf smoke not long ago. Well, there is something wrong with the red-scaled snake. This morning, Zhou Shan was teaching Chen Yu to practice martial arts, and the mental link in his mind suddenly fluctuated. After taming the red-scaled snake, he has always been the one who actively contacted the red-scaled snake with a mental link. This is the first time that the red-scaled snake has sent him a message. Something must have happened. Found Baoji under attack. Zhou Shan received the information sent by the red-scaled snake through the mental connection. Xiao Yu, you practice first, I have something to go out for. After receiving the information, Zhou Shan went out immediately. Master Zhou Wu. Master Wu, good morning. Quote. Zhou Shan came to the fishing dock, and the fishermen greeted Zhou Shan one by one. Master Zhou Wu has become a warrior, but he still goes out fishing. How can it be the same? We catch ordinary fish, but Master Zhou Wu catches treasure fish. Yes, every time Master Zhou Wu goes out to fish, he must have treasure fish in his hands when he comes back. Master Zhou Wu's fishing skills can be compared with the old fisherman who has passed away in the fishing village. In my opinion, even the old fisherman can't compare with Master Zhou Wu. Quote. The appearance of Zhou Shan caused a lot of discussion among the fishermen. After rowing away from the fishing dock, Zhou Shan used the mental connection to let the red-scaled snake rush to its direction. Half an hour later, the red-scaled snake floated to the surface, holding a jade-like fruit in its mouth. This is the second-level treasure plant jade fruit. Seeing the jade-like fruit in the mouth of the red-scaled snake, Zhou Shan's pupils shrank slightly, and he recognized its origin. Whether it is a treasure fish, a treasure beast or a treasure plant, they are all divided into grades according to the strength of their effects, but most of the treasure fish, treasure beasts and treasure plants in this world are in the first level. For example, the red-backed knife fish, ox-horned turtle, golden carp, golden jade shrimp, golden blood eel, etc. caught by Zhou Shan are all first-level treasure fish. Blood lotus and blue crystal fruit are first-level treasure plants. The jade fruit in front of him is the fruit of a treasure plant called the 9-leaf jade vine. The 9-leaf jade vine will only produce one jade fruit every 10 years, and only one fruit at a time. The jade fruit has the effect of cleansing the body and removing hair, and reborn. The second-level bone forging warriors can directly transform their bones after taking it. Zhou Shan has just entered the bone forging realm and is still at the first level of bone strengthening. His bones are about 2 or 3 times stronger than those of ordinary people. If he takes the green jade fruit, he will be able to undergo a complete transformation and directly reach the tiger bone level, or even the peak of tiger bone. For other bone forging warriors, this is enough to save several years, or even more than 10 years of hard work. For Zhou Shan, even if he has enough tiger stripe fish, it will take several months to enter the tiger bone level. Well, someone is coming. At this moment, Zhou Shan sensed that 2 powerful life waves were approaching quickly in front of him. Through the mental connection, he knew that the red scale snake had been fleeing after taking the green jade fruit, and there was a monster chasing after it. He thought it was just a monster guarding the green jade fruit, but he didn't expect that someone was controlling the monster to chase the red scale snake all the way. Zhou Shan immediately released his mental power and saw someone riding a huge monster fish that looked a bit like the fat catfish in the adventures of the little carp, riding the wind and waves, and quickly swept towards his location. By sensing the life fluctuations, Zhou Shan judged that the fat catfish demon fish was a first-level demon, but its aura was much stronger than the toad he killed, and it was a demon that had reached the peak of the first level. The warrior riding the fat catfish had reached the second level of bone forging, but in terms of life fluctuations, he was not much stronger than him. He should have just entered the bone forging realm and had not yet broken through to the tiger bone level. Zhou Shan collected the green jade fruit. At this time, the warrior riding the fat catfish had approached and stopped after seeing the red-scaled snake and Zhou Shan. People from the giant spirit sect. Seeing the yellow martial arts uniform Zhou Shan was wearing, with the words, Ju Spirit Sect, embroidered on the chest, the warrior's pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but murmured in his heart, when did the giant spirit sect take control? The secret method of monsters. Looking at Baisha County, it is well known that only the Yuang village where he is located can control monsters, and the Yuang village also needs some auxiliary means to control monsters, which is the bait recorded in Baoyu Kiju. Without the bait in Baoyu Kiwei, it would be difficult for them in the Fisher King village to control monsters. Although he didn't know why the other party was able to control the red-scaled snake, since they were all chased here, he had to get the jade fruit back. With the green jade fruit, he can wash his body and cut off his hair, reborn, step into the tiger bone level, and save several years of hard training. Moreover, the precious plant that produces the green jade fruit, the 9-leaf green jade vine, is in the waters of Tianluo Bay. Tianluo Bay waters, this is the territory belonging to Yuang village. I am at Fang Dingshan in Yuang village. What would you call me? Fang Dingshan clasped his fists and asked. People from Fisher King village. Hearing this, Zhou Shan's face turned cold. At first, the Fisher King village sent people to put bait that could lure monsters on his boat, hoping to lure the monsters to kill him. Although the operation failed, it was because he discovered it early, otherwise he would definitely be attacked by the monsters. He has not forgotten this. For Zhou Shan, if others are kind to him, he will not forget it and will repay it. And if there is a grudge, it is natural to settle it. He is a person who always has a clear distinction between grudges and grudges. He repays kindness when he is kind and takes revenge when there is hatred. This man looks familiar. After Fang Dingshan asked Zhou Shan's name, the more he looked at Zhou Shan, the more familiar he felt. I remember, he is Zhou Shan. At this time, Fang Dingshan also recognized Zhou Shan. Yuang village is not unfamiliar with Zhou Shan, the fisherman king. Before Zhou Shan joined the Juling sect, Yuang village held a meeting because of Zhou Shan. Everyone felt that Zhou Shan's existence was a threat to Yuang village. Yuang village is famous for catching treasure fish, while other fishermen can only rely on luck to catch treasure fish, so Yuang village has a somewhat transcendent status in Baisha County, but Zhou Shan can also catch treasure fish, which touches the core of Yuang village and threatens the status of Yuang village. Yuang village also planned an action. But that action failed. Just when Yuang village was preparing to wait for the news to pass and then plan the second action, it learned that Zhou Shan had become the direct disciple of Juling sect master Lin Yuanshang, and the plan was temporarily shelved. This time, maybe it's an opportunity. At this time, Fang Dingshan's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. There was no third person around except the two of them. If Zhou Shan was killed here, no one would know except heaven and earth. He had reached the second level of bone forging, and there was also a catfish demon who had reached the peak of the first level. Although Zhou Shan had been a disciple of Lin Yuanshang, it had only been a few months, and his cultivation was at most the first level of skin grinding. The red-scaled snake he controlled was only in the middle stage of the first level, and could not stop him at all. As long as Zhou Shan was killed, it would not matter even if the red-scaled snake escaped. After all, it was just a first-level demon that could not speak. There is murderous intent. Zhou Shan was sharp-minded. The moment Fang Dingshan's eyes showed murderous intent, Zhou Shan sensed it. The first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. After sensing Fang Dingshan's murderous intent, Zhou Shan acted instantly. The mental power was released, and the flying needles hidden in his body flew out quickly under the control of the mental power. Since you are going to fight, you must go all out. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses all its strength. First, try to attack, only use a little strength at the beginning, then fight for 300 rounds, fight to the death, and finally use the means of suppressing the bottom box, and decide the outcome with one move. These are all for the sake of word count in the vernacular novel. In a real life and death fight, it is natural to kill the enemy as quickly as possible. If you can kill the enemy with one move, then you will never use the second move. How many people have capsized in the gutter, and never used their own tricks until they died? Zhou Shan didn't want to be such a person. Therefore, Zhou Shan directly used his mental power to control the flying needles. Swish, swish, swish. There were 3 flying needles in total, shooting towards Fang Dingshan like lightning. No, it's dangerous. When Fang Dingshan just showed his murderous intention to Zhou Shan, his hair stood up all over his body. This is the instinctive reaction of the body feeling a huge crisis. When the skin-grinding realm is cultivated to the perfect realm, when it is hit by external objects, it will automatically use strength to resist. Martial artists who have reached the perfection of the Mopi realm have reached the point of muscle memory in the cultivation of the membrane and muscles. Once attacked, the pores of the body absorb external information and instinctively sense danger. Without deliberately moving the strength, the qi, blood and strength will gather towards the hit place, reducing pain and damage. This is the so-called, a feather cannot be added, and a fly cannot land. When reaching this realm, if the strength difference between the two is not big, it is basically difficult to be attacked to death by others. Even if you are not mentally prepared, others suddenly attack you. When your brain has not reacted, the body instinctively senses the danger and automatically moves the qi, blood and strength to the hit place to reduce damage. Moreover, the higher the realm of cultivation of the martial artist, the more sensitive the body's reaction is, and it will react to the invisible qi, such as invisible and intangible mental power. Zhou Shan used his mental power to control objects, and 3 flying needles shot towards Fang Dingshan. The latter actually did not notice it, but his body reacted, and all his hair stood up. By the time Fang Dingshan's brain reacted and realized that something was wrong, the 3 flying needles had already pierced into his body. Even if his body reacted and gathered blood and energy to resist, whether he could block it was another matter. Zhou Shan released his mental power and was able to cover Fang Dingshan in an instant. Similarly, the flying needles he controlled also pierced into Fang Dingshan's body in an instant when his mental power covered Fang Dingshan. By the time the latter reacted, he had actually been hit. 3 flying needles, 1 pierced into the heart, 1 pierced into the center of the eyebrows, pierced the brain, and the last one pierced into the throat, breaking the trachea. Fang Dingshan's tough skin and muscles did not resist Zhou Shan's flying needles. Zhou Shan's flying needles were not made of ordinary pig iron, but black iron. When the black iron flying needle was made, he secretly tested it. Even if you wear several layers of tough leather armor, the black iron flying needle can still penetrate it, unless you wear thick iron armor. Or the golden scale armor worn by Zhou Shan can resist the black iron flying needle. But Fang Dingshan did not have a treasure like the golden scale armor to protect himself. Fang Dingshan raised his arm and pointed at Zhou Shan, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his brain was pierced, his consciousness began to dissipate, and the world in front of him became blurred. In the end, he didn't say a word, and fell into the water with a thud. A warrior who has reached the 2nd level of bone forging, although only at the 1st level of bone strengthening, has also entered the practice of bone forging, and is much stronger than a warrior in the skin-grinding realm. In Baisha County, he is at least at the level of deputy commander of the river patrol team. But facing Zhou Shan, he didn't even have a chance to attack, and was killed instantly. This is the strength Zhou Shan has. To resist his black iron flying needle, at least a warrior who has reached the 3rd level of internal organs training can do it. Or, a warrior who has reached the perfection of the 2nd level of bone forging, burst out blood and qi smoke in advance, forming a blood and qi protection, and use blood and qi to weaken the power of the black iron flying needle in advance when attacked, so that it is possible to resist his black iron flying needle, but whether it can be blocked in the end, Zhou Shan has not tried it with a warrior who has reached the perfection of the second level of bone forging. Die. After killing Fang Dingshan, Zhou Shan used his mental power to control more than a dozen black iron flying needles to shoot quickly at the catfish monster, and then pierced into the catfish monster's body and kept piercing back and forth. After a while, hundreds or thousands of small holes appeared on the catfish monster's body, and it died. Go, eat it. Zhou Shan sent out mental waves and rewarded the catfish monster's body to the red-scaled snake. The red-scaled snake found the green jade fruit for him, which allowed him to be reborn once, so naturally he had to reward him. Rewards and punishments can make his subordinates more motivated. In addition, the improvement of the red-scaled snake's strength is also good for Zhou Shan. Chapter 51. Thank you, Master. The red-scaled snake exuded spiritual fluctuations and rushed towards the catfish monster corpse excitedly. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the huge catfish monster corpse like a snake swallowing an elephant. Ordinary monsters have no spiritual intelligence and cannot practice martial arts like humans, so their strength is extremely slow. They basically rely on eating treasure fish, treasure plants, and things that contain strong blood and chi, which are great tonics for spirits and monsters. It is easier for spirits and monsters to find treasure fish in the water than ordinary people, but the number of treasure fish in a water area is limited. Spirits and monsters want to eat treasure fish, but they can't eat them whenever they want. As for treasure plants, most of them are guarded by monsters. Because treasure plants can make monsters transform and evolve quickly. The number of treasure plants and treasure fish is too small. Spirits and monsters usually eat ordinary fish and shrimp. Whether it is the toad monster before or the catfish monster now, their bodies contain strong blood and chi, which is as great tonics as treasure fish and treasure plants for red-scaled snakes. The reason why spirits and monsters attack humans is that even ordinary humans have much stronger blood and chi than fish and shrimps, so when spirits and monsters are hungry, they will attack humans if humans break into their territory. But Zhou Shan did not let the red-scaled snake eat the bodies of the warriors in Yuang village. In this world, humans and monsters are two completely different creatures. Ordinary people are eroded by demonic energy, and their blood and chi are devoured by demonic energy, which will make them weak and sick. The flesh and blood of monsters are also highly toxic to ordinary people after being nourished by demonic energy. Warriors have strong blood and chi and can refine the flesh and blood of monsters, but they cannot eat too much. If the blood and chi of warriors are polluted by demonic energy, their personality will be affected at the least, and they will become irritable and bloodthirsty. In severe cases, all parts of their body will become demonized. This is the impact of warriors eating the flesh and blood of monsters. And monsters will also be affected when they eat humans. Humans are the spirits of all things and are born with spiritual wisdom. When a monster eats a human, it will absorb a part of the human's spiritual wisdom, even if it is only 1,000th or 1/10,000th, but that feeling is very wonderful for the monster. Therefore, once a monster eats a human, it will never forget the taste and will eat humans in the future. This is why, as long as a fisherman is eaten by a monster in the water, the river patrol team will be dispatched as soon as possible to kill the monster that eats people, otherwise the monster that eats people will continue to eat people. Under normal circumstances, monsters need to cultivate to the third realm to become monster generals before they can give birth to spiritual wisdom, but if they eat many people, they may open their spiritual wisdom in advance. For monsters, humans do not necessarily have to kill all of them. If humans do this, let alone other places, some big monsters entrenched in the 600-mile Baisha River will never coexist peacefully with the humans in Baisha County, but as long as they are monsters that eat people, they must not be left. At least on the surface. The warriors of the Dakian dynasty must kill the man-eating monsters, and no big monsters can be protected. On the contrary, warriors cannot kill monsters at will. This is a contract signed by the Dakian dynasty and the powerful monsters in the territory. It is precisely because of this that Zhou Shan did not let the red-scaled snake eat the bone-forging warriors of the Fishing King village. Once the red-scaled snake eats people, even if there are his constraints, the red-scaled snake will definitely not be able to bear the temptation. Once the mental connection becomes weak, without constant attention, it may not be able to suppress its instincts and start eating people everywhere. This is something Zhou Shan absolutely cannot tolerate. After the red-scaled snake swallowed the catfish monster, it fished out the body of the bone-forging warrior of the Fishing King village from the water and sent it to Zhou Shan. In the eyes of the monster red-scaled snake, the owner rewarded the catfish monster to itself, so this food, with more vigorous blood and chi naturally belongs to the owner, and only the owner is qualified to enjoy it. Through the mental connection, Zhou Shan knew the thoughts of the red-scaled snake, and he was a little amused. He certainly would not enjoy the corpse of the bone-forging warrior of the Fishing King village, but he could not let the red-scaled snake eat it either, so he sent the red-scaled snake away and let it find a safe place to refine the catfish monster. Moreover, Zhou Shan repeatedly ordered the red-scaled snake through the spiritual connection that it must not eat people. If it was attacked by human warriors in the process of searching for treasure fish and treasure plants, it could fight back and kill, but it must not eat people. For spirits and monsters, eating people is like opening Pandora's box. As long as there is the first time, there will be countless times in the future. After the red-scaled snake left, Zhou Shan searched the body of the bone-forging warrior of the Fishing King village. In addition to some bait, he did not find anything special and valuable. The most valuable thing in the Fishing King village is the treasure fishing magic. Even if it is with the treasure fishing magic, the Fishing King village will give birth to a Fishing King who can catch treasure fish, but this is of no use to Zhou Shan. With the existence of spiritual power, Zhou Shan can directly use spiritual power to detect the situation under the water. Everything in the water is in sight, and there is no need to practice any treasure fishing magic. After disposing of the body of the bone-forging warrior in Yuang village, Zhou Shan rode back to the fishing dock. Green jade fruit. After returning home, Zhou Shan took out the green jade fruit and bit it. His teeth bit through the green jade fruit, and the crystal liquid inside the green jade fruit immediately flowed into his mouth. Zhou Shan swallowed a few times and swallowed all the liquid into his stomach. Boom! The crystal liquid flowed in his body, emitting an extremely powerful energy, pouring into Zhou Shan's limbs and bones like a volcanic eruption, wreaking havoc in his internal organs, blood vessels and bones. The green jade fruit is a second-level treasure plant, and the energy contained in it far exceeds that of the first-level treasure plant. If ordinary people take it, they simply cannot withstand the power of the second-level treasure plant. There is a saying called, "The weak cannot be supplemented." Ordinary people will have nosebleeds because of too much supplementation even if they eat ginseng, not to mention eating treasure plants, which will directly explode and die. It is impossible to become a fat man in one bite. If people who have not practiced martial arts take the green jade fruit rashly, it will not have the effect of cleansing the body and removing hair, and reborn. It is even possible that the blood vessels will burst and die directly due to the powerful energy. However, Zhou Shan has reached the bone-forging realm and can fully withstand the powerful energy of the green jade fruit. He immediately moved the blood and quickly refined the crystal liquid in his body and integrated it into his body. As the crystal liquid melted into his skin, bones, and internal organs, Zhou Shan's body was immediately cleansed. Some impurities and toxins in his body were discharged along with the sweat, and his bones were rapidly strengthened as they melted into the crystal liquid. Through internal vision, Zhou Shan could clearly see that the density of his bones was rapidly increasing. The tiger descends the mountain, jumps over the stream, climbs the mountain, carries the corpse, wags its tail, stretches its waist, moves its spine, roars like the wind, pounces on the sheep, digs out the heart, leaps over the forest, dominates the mountains, the king of beasts. Zhou Shan's body moved, and he began to practice the 13 tiger forms, so that his body can better absorb the energy of the green jade fruit. Time passed by. After several hours, Zhou Shan completely refined and absorbed the crystal liquid in his body. His body was baptized, which was equivalent to a rebirth. Although Zhou Shan had not yet reached the third level of internal training, after washing his body and removing his hair, his internal organs eliminated the impurities and toxins deposited in his body, and he was obviously more energetic than before. In a moment, Zhou Shan opened the attribute panel. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. 1 point of Spirit attribute will be increased every day. Strength: 78. Defense: 75. Agility: 42. Physique: 92. Spirit: 326. Martial Arts: Giant Spirit. 5 forms: Ox form perfect, Bear form perfect, Tiger Form 34% Mastery, Soul Suppressing Technique 4th level 16%, Turtle Breathing Technique 6th level Perfect, Stone Breathing Fist Perfect, Fish Swimming Body Technique Perfect. Zhou Shan looked at the panel in front of him. After completely absorbing the energy of the green jade fruit, his 4 basic attributes of strength, defense, agility, and physique were all improved, especially the physique attribute, which was improved by more than 20 points. My current bone density is 8 or 9 times stronger than before, and I have reached the 2nd level of bone forging. Zhou Shan felt the powerful power he possessed, clenched his fist, and a surge of power was transmitted to his palm. The green jade fruit is indeed a 2nd level precious plant. It not only allowed him to break through from the 1st level of bone forging to the 2nd level of tiger bone forging, but also reached the peak of the 2nd level of tiger bone in one fell swoop, and was not far from the 3rd level of iron bone. In the martial arts training ground, there is hard granite. Zhou Shan's 5 fingers formed a tiger's palm and grabbed it fiercely, and his fingertips brought a whistling wind. Ha! His 5 fingers scratched on the granite, leaving 5 deep claw marks. Then, Zhou Shan performed a tiger's heart-digging move. A terrible force made his fingers directly penetrate into the granite, and then he exerted his strength, and a surging force was transmitted to the palm of his hand, grabbing a piece of gravel from the hard granite. If this tiger claw grabbed a person, even the tendons and flesh would be crushed, and the heart of the person could be taken out. Even a warrior who has practiced to the perfection of skin grinding could not resist Zhou Shan's grab. Zhou Shan's hands are not only very thick, like bear paws, but also his finger bones are very strong. His palms are wide and thick, and one palm can directly smash a person's top of the head. After closing the panel, Zhou Shan asked the servants in the house to prepare hot water to wash the black dirt on his body. After washing his body, he came to the bronze mirror and looked at his strong muscles, very satisfied. All the martial artists who have practiced successfully are tall and burly, with broad shoulders and waists, tiger backs and strong waists, and arms are thicker than ordinary people's thighs, looking very majestic and majestic. The 1st level is skin grinding, the 2nd level is bone forging, the 3rd level is organ training, and the 4th level is blood exchange. After completing the blood strengthening and entering the martial arts practice, each level of improvement will greatly improve the strength to the tiger bone level. If the spiritual power is not counted, Zhou Shan is enough to beat a dozen of himself before taking the green jade fruit. In Baisha County, only a few major forces in the inner city have warriors of the 3rd level of internal training. As for the masters who have reached the 4th level of blood exchange, there are only a handful of them. In the outer city, the warriors of bone forging are enough to dominate. Zhou Shan has been in this world for less than a year, but his cultivation has entered the 2nd level of bone forging, which is equivalent to others practicing for more than 10 years or decades. If there are warriors without identity background, more than 90% of them stop at the 1st level of skin grinding. Even if they are born extraordinary, warriors have to go through several years of hard training to enter bone forging. For example, Zhou Shan's 3rd senior brother Sha Zhang is the son of the county prophecy, and his family is not short of money. He is 3 years older than Zhou Shan. After the Chinese New Year, he is already 21, but he has only reached the perfection of the 2nd level of bone forging not long ago and cultivated the blood and chi wolf smoke. One reason is that the root bone qualifications of individuals are different, so the efficiency of cultivation is different. Zhou Shan has the existence of mental power, and the control of the body is meticulous. Whether it is moving blood or taking secret medicine, the efficiency is higher than that of ordinary people. This is the 1st level of gifted. The 2nd is that some resources are not difficult to buy even if you have money. The 1st level treasure fish and treasure plants are better, but the 2nd level treasure fish and treasure plants are even rarer. The waters where fishermen in Baisha County often dabble in are basically rarely found with 2nd level treasure fish and treasure plants, and even if a warrior gets them, he will not sell them. It took Zhou Shan less than a year to go from an ordinary person to a 2nd level warrior of bone forging. This training speed is even faster than those descendants trained by the sects with 5-level masters. The 4th year of Yongchang, the 16th day of the 1st month. The county government collected a batch of grain again, and the tax silver that sank into the water was salvaged. This time, in order to prevent the Wusheng sect from sending people to destroy it again, the county government did not choose to go by water, but by land. Although the land route requires a detour and the journey becomes longer, and it takes twice as long to reach the county city as the water route, the land route is safer than the water route. The Wusheng sect does not need to fight head-on when taking the water route. They only need to secretly destroy the boat. Once the boat flips, all the food will sink into the river again. But if they take the land route, they will have to fight with real swords. Having learned a lesson, the county government will certainly not make the same mistake. And for the safety of this escort, the county government asked the major forces in the inner city, the Bai family, the Juling sect, the Laming Martial Arts Hall, etc., to send masters to escort. Lin Yuanshang, the leader of the Juling sect, was commissioned by the county government and personally went out. Early in the morning, the team escorting tax silver and food left the county city in a mighty manner. Yunwu days. This is a complex water area in Beisha River, and the deep waters are covered with a layer of fog, which greatly affects people's vision. People who are not familiar with the terrain will get lost when they enter Yunwu Lake. Moreover, the pirates and bandits in Beisha River are basically hiding in Yunwu Lake. Yunwu Lake is close to Laowiang Gorge. The caravan has to pass Laowiang Gorge to go to the county city. After robbing the caravans in Laowiang Gorge, the pirates and bandits will immediately flee into Yunwu Lake. Afterwards, they can't find any traces of these pirates. Beisha County has organized a river patrol team to enter Yunwu Lake to suppress bandits, but they only killed some small bandits. Those fierce bandits who have been causing trouble for many years are really not opponents of the river patrol team unless the county government takes real action and dispatches the real elite Golden Scale Guards. Moreover, if the county government dispatches the Golden Scale Guards, these fierce bandits will have fled when they receive the news. On weekdays, no fisherman dares to approach Yunwu Lake. Deep in the Yunwu Lake, there is a small island. On the small island, there are dozens of wooden houses of different shapes. This is the base of the famous Ghost Water Bandits of Beisha River. The Ghost Water Bandits only have a few dozen members in total, but they are a feared water bandit group in Beisha River, because the Ghost Water Bandits' behavior is extremely cruel and they have more than 30 boats under their command, all of which are extremely fast. The fast boat comes and goes like the wind. Once targeted by the Ghost Water Bandits, they will show no mercy and basically leave no one alive. Only a few lucky people can escape from the Ghost Water Bandits. Therefore, although the Ghost Water Bandits are not the strongest water bandits in Beisha River, they are still feared. There are a total of 6 bandit leaders in the Ghost Water Bandits, and the bounty for each one is as high as tens of thousands of taels of silver. At dusk, in the Jui Hall in the center of Shaodao Station. Senior Envoy, according to reports from spies, the team escorting grain and grass from Beisha County this morning has left the city and headed for the county town. However, this time they took the land route instead of the water route. Guo Junyi, the leader of the Wusheng cult, sat at the top of the Jui Hall. The 6 leaders of the Ghost Water Bandits were divided into 2 rows and sat on the left and right sides, with 3 people sitting on each side. Envoy, this time the team escorting the grain and fodder is traveling overland. Do we still want to attack? The leader of the Phantom Water Bandits, Broken Gold Hand Shen Feng, said in a deep voice. Since they chose to take the land route, we don't need to take action this time. Someone else will deal with it. We have other tasks this time. Guo Junyi said. Pass my order to summon all the water bandits tonight. Night attack on Beisha County. What? A night attack on Beisha County? The 6 leaders of the Ghost Water Bandits were all shocked by Guo Junyi's words. The reason why the water bandits in Beisha River can exist and are difficult to completely eradicate is because they take advantage of the favorable terrain of Yunwu days. If it were not for the terrain advantage, it would not be difficult for the county captain of Beisha County to exterminate them. Taking the top combat power as an example, none of their Ghost Water Bandits have reached the 4th level of blood exchange. Even among the water bandits in the entire Beisha River, there is only one warrior who has achieved the 4th level of blood exchange. Although many experts were transferred to escort the tax money and food this time, the strong men in the county who had reached 4 realms were still not something they and the water bandits could resist. The county lieutenant of Beisha County, the head of the Bai family, and the head of the Laming Martial Arts School, these 3 are all at the level of blood exchange in the 4 realms. Your Majesty, with all due respect, even if all our water bandits team up to attack Beisha County at night, it will probably be a disaster. I'm afraid not even half of the people will be able to come back by then. The second in command of the Phantom Water Bandits, Bloody Hand Butcher Lu Shengyuan said solemnly. Don't worry, there will be people who are strong in the Four Realms Exchange in Beisha County, there will be people stopping them. Guo Junyi said. Your mission is to burn, kill, loot and create chaos, especially in the several granaries where food is stored in Beisha County. As well as the rice merchants' warehouses in the city, take away whatever grain you can find, and burn it all if you can't. You guys, do you understand? Guo Junyi's eyes swept over the 6 leaders of the Ghost Water Bandits, and there was unquestionable firmness in his tone. Understood, Chief Shen Feng said. Envoy, our brothers will contact other water bandit groups right now. After saying that, Shen Feng stood up and left the Jui Hall with the other 5 heads. Brother, are we really going to attack the county? After walking some distance away from the Jui Hall, the second boss Lu Shengyuan said with a gloomy expression. The water bandits in the Beisha River are able to live happily until now, not only because they have considerable strength, but also because they take advantage of the natural geographical advantages of the Yunwu days. The people in the county government wanted to wipe out the water bandits, but they couldn't even find them, so naturally they couldn't wipe them out. Now if they were asked to attack the county town at night, wouldn't that be giving up the biggest advantage they have? In terms of hard power, the Beisha River water bandits are naturally inferior to all the forces in Beisha County. Otherwise, they would not hide in the clouds and swamps as water bandits, but would directly become another powerful gang in Beisha County, and the county government could only recruit and appease them. All of us have been poisoned. Life and death are under the control of others. A single thought can make our life worse than death. If we don't go, we have to go. There is no choice at all. The person who spoke at this time was the third leader of the Phantom Water Bandits. The followers of Wu Sheng cult are just a group of lunatics who cause chaos everywhere. We are unlucky enough to be targeted by them, so we can only follow one path until it is dark. We no longer have the power to choose. The other 3 heads also spoke one after another, their eyes filled with helplessness. They live a prosperous life as water bandits in the Beisha River. As long as they don't provoke the caravans from the Bai family, Juling sect, and Laming martial arts school, these forces will not do a thankless job and wipe out the water bandits with all their strength. For example, under the giant spirit sect, there is a martial art that specializes in providing escorts for some caravans. With the presence of water bandits, Wuxing would not have to worry about running out of business. Some small caravans will hire martial arts guards when traveling. If it is something important, the escort warriors will be directly hired to escort it. If the dart is lost, the dart will be compensated according to the original price of the item. As long as the mountain bandits and water bandits don't provoke some of the top local powerful people, they can survive. But if they get involved with the rebels of the Wu Sheng sect, both the imperial court and the powerful sects will use their full strength to eliminate them. If the Wusheng sect had the foundation of the previous dynasty when it was first established, there would still be a group of people following it, but now the Wusheng sect has become a terrifying cult controlled by the surrounding countries of Dakion. If it is difficult to improve the strength of one's own country, then find a way to mess up other countries. Whether it is Dakion or the surrounding countries, they basically have the same idea. Therefore, the Wusheng sect, which is funded and supported by various countries, must constantly stir up trouble and create chaos in Dakion. Wherever it goes, it will destroy and destroy. It is completely harmful to others and not beneficial to itself. However, while it will hit the court, the interests of the sects and powerful people will also be damaged, so it will naturally be hit by multiple parties. The Wusheng sect can only do this. If the leader does not do anything, the people behind him will replace him and replace him with a leader. Anyone with a normal mind will not join the Wusheng sect, and the believers of the Wusheng sect are basically trained and brainwashed from childhood, and they are all controlled by special means, so there is no room for choice. The lives of the 6 big bosses of the Ghost Water Bandits are under the control of the Wusheng sect, and they have no choice but to follow the same path to the end. If they dare to say a word of no, they will die immediately and then be thrown into the river to feed the monsters. Boom. In the dead of night, Zhou Shan was very alert and sensed something unusual, waking up from his sleep. What happened? Zhou Shan frowned slightly and immediately released his mental power to investigate. Zishi. The night was hazy. The people in Baisha County are all sleeping. No one could have imagined that the water bandits who had been making a living by plundering in the Baisha River would have the courage to attack the county town. This is because they have the courage of a bear and a leopard, or they are crazy. But no matter how unbelievable the power of Baisha County is, these water bandits have indeed rushed into the city, killing, burning and plundering without restraint, and the city was ignited with flames everywhere. The places where these flames are located are mainly concentrated in the granaries of the county and the warehouses of major grain merchants in the city. The main purpose of this operation planned by the envoy of Wusheng cult was to destroy food. As the saying goes, before the soldiers and horses move, food and grass go first. Dakian was at war with the Nanman kingdom. Most of the food and grass needed by the soldiers and horses were provided by Qinghua Prefecture, Donghai Prefecture and other rich places. The Wusheng sect first caused turmoil in Days County, Qinghua Prefecture, and now Baisha County, Dekang County, Donghai Prefecture, are causing turmoil in these prefectures in order to cut off the food and grass on the front line. If there is chaos in these prefectures, even just a few of them, it will definitely have an impact on the supply of food and grass to the front line. In addition, there are also the awning boats parked at the fishing pier and the merchant ships parked at the commercial port. They have all been damaged. The total number of water bandits in the Baisha River is thousands. Ordinary water the bandits were responsible for destroying ships, while the elite water bandits who had reached the level of quasi-warriors broke into the homes of wealthy households in the city, burned, killed and plundered them. Destruction and destruction are often much simpler than construction. Zhou Shan sensed a strange movement, released his mental power to investigate, and immediately saw chaos in the city. As this, a bandit attacking the city. Seeing the chaos, Zhou Shan immediately rushed out of the room and went to the roof. The diameter of the area covered by his mental power is about 4,000 meters. When you get to the roof, you can see that the inner city is burning with fires in the distance. The flames are surging in the distance and the sky is burning red. The shouts of killing came from far away and soon spread to East Street. These bandits were burning, killing and looting everywhere, leaving the city in a state of chaos, especially the wealthy families with luxurious mansions, who were the first to be robbed. The East Street where Zhou Shan is located is populated by the rich in the city. The thieves broke into the city, burned, killed and looted, targeting some of the wealthy households in the city. Naturally, more than a dozen thieves with knives rushed in at the mansion where Zhou Shan was located. He immediately released his mental power and used the soul terrifying technique to envelope these thieves, affecting their senses and causing them to rush into the backyard, middle. Then, Zhou Shan swept down from the roof and hypnotized the dozen thieves. "Who are you and why are you attacking the city?" Zhou Shan asked. "We are members of the Blood Leopard Bandits. The envoy of the Wusheng religion has conquered all the water bandits in Yunwu days. The envoy ordered us to attack the city, destroy the granaries, burn, kill and plunder as much as possible to cause damage to Baisha County." After being hypnotized, these thieves answered truthfully. "It's the Wusheng cult again." Zhou Shan frowned slightly. If it were just the Baisha River water bandits, it would be easy to solve. Even if part of the force was transferred to escort tax money and food to the county, the power of the major forces in the city would be enough to kill the water bandits causing trouble in the city. The Baisha River water bandits are the only warriors who have reached the 4 realms of blood exchange, but this siege actually involves the anti-thief group Wusheng cult, which makes it a bit tricky. I don't know how many masters there are in the Wusheng cult. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. How many experts have come to Wusheng cult? Zhou Shan continued to ask. I don't know. We only know that the Wusheng cult has an envoy who has reached the level of blood exchange in the 4 realms. One of them replied. Only one envoy. Zhou Shan didn't believe that Wusheng cult only came to exchange blood with one person from the 4 realms. You know, Baisha County now has a county captain, the head of the Bai family and the head of the Lei Ming martial arts school. The Bai family has been passed down for hundreds of years and has a profound foundation. It even surpasses the giant spirit sect. Secretly, there are still 1 or 2 people who have exchanged blood in the 4 realms. If Wusheng cult only comes to have one envoy who has exchanged blood in the 4 realms, it will be courting death. No matter how many people from the 4 realms come to the Wusheng cult, they are not something I can handle. Soldiers versus soldiers, generals versus generals. I just need to deal with these bandits who broke into East Street. Kill yourself with a knife. Under the influence of Zhou Shan's soul-terrifying technique, these dozen water bandits raised their arms, put the blade of the long knife in their hands on their necks, and then pulled hard to cut off their trachea. Bang bang bang. The bodies of these water bandits fell to the ground one after another, dying. Brother Shan, some thieves have entered the city. At this moment, Chen Yu, who was studying martial arts with Zhou Shan, was awakened by the noise outside and ran over immediately. Don't worry, gather everyone in the house together, hide in the secret passage and don't run around. Zhou Shan said, I will deal with the thieves outside. After the words fell, Zhou Shan's figure disappeared in front of everyone. Kill, ... From the surrounding houses, fierce shouts of killing could be heard. The people living here are all wealthy businessmen, and the mansion employs guards. Faced with the fierce bandits who broke into the mansion, they are not without any resistance. As long as we summon the mighty martial arts guards, it will not be difficult to wipe out these thieves. Zhou Shan thought in his heart. In the south area of East Street, there is a Weiyuan martial arts store. This Weiyuan martial arts company is an industry of the Juling sect, and it has hundreds of guards. The guards in the martial arts company are not necessarily warriors who have reached the first level of skin polishing, but they are all quasi-martial artists who have reached the level of strong blood. Most of these fierce bandits are only at the level of strong blood. Those who have reached the first level of skin polishing are basically bandit leaders. Half of the guards living in the rich merchant's house on East Street are hired from the Weiyuan Martial Arts Company, and the other half are guards from the Taming Martial Arts Hall. They are not short of fighting experience, so they are not cowardly in the face of fierce bandits, but instead they break out into fierce fighting. What Zhou Shan has to do now is to summon the guards in the Weiyuan Martial Arts Company and eliminate all the bandits who broke into East Street. The general manager of the Weiyuan Martial Arts Company took a part of the elite and followed Lin Yuanshang to escort the tax silver and grain to the county city. During this period of time, the Weiyuan Martial Arts Company was temporarily taken over by Zhou Shan. Although some elite soldiers were missing, there were still more than 20 elite guards who had reached the first level of skin polishing in Weiyuan Wuxing, and there were also 2 guard leaders who had reached the second level of bone forging. With the strength of Weiyuan Wuxing, once it joined, it would be enough to repel or even eliminate the bandits who burned, killed and looted in Dong Street together with the guards hired by the wealthy families in Dong Street. You are Zhou Shan, the 5th disciple of Lin Yuanshang. If you are captured, the people of Weiyuan Wuxing will be afraid to act rashly. As soon as Zhou Shan stepped out of the mansion, a strong man in black clothes, with a short haircut and a sturdy temperament blocked him. The 3rd leader of the Blood Leopard Bandits, Zhuang Yang, was defeated by senior brother. Looking at the strong man in front of him, Zhou Shan recognized him and said lightly, the county government has issued bounties for the powerful bandit leaders in Beisha River. Both the notice boards in the inner city and the outer city are covered with wanted notices issued by the court. Originally, the Blood Leopard Bandits had 3 leaders who had reached the second level of bone forging. However, a few years ago, the Blood Leopard Bandits robbed a caravan and happened to meet Lin Yuanshang's disciple Lu, who was out for training. Hidden, the result was a huge defeat. The first master, who had reached the second level of bone forging, and had cultivated qi, blood, wolf smoke, and the second master, who had reached the iron bone level, were killed. Zhuang Yang, the 3rd master, saw that the situation was not going well and ran away decisively, and only narrowly escaped with his life. He, the 3rd in charge, also became the 1st in charge. You wanna die? Hearing Zhou Shan reveal his scar, Zhuang Yang was immediately angered. He moved his body like a flying eagle striking out, his 5 fingers were like hooks, like iron blades, containing an extremely sharp aura, and he grabbed Zhou Shan's throat. You have been injured, a serious injury. Zhou Shan's mental energy gathered in his eyes, and Zhuang Yang immediately became transparent before his eyes. He could clearly see the skin, flesh, bones, internal organs, and the root of qi and blood running through the body. Zhou Shan saw cracks on the bones of Zhuang Yang's left leg, damaged meridians on his right arm with traces of continuation, and wounds on his heart, which were left by the tiger's heart eating in 13 tiger forms. Under the shroud of mental power, Zhuang Yang has no secrets in Zhou Shan's eyes, and the flaws and weaknesses contained in his body can't be hidden. Through the movement of qi and blood, he can even predict Zhuang Yang's next move. The tiger is coming down the mountain. Zhou Shan performed the tiger descending mountain from the 13 tiger forms. Roar. As Zhou Shan's body moved, his energy and blood surged, and the power of his skin, flesh, muscles and bones was instantly mobilized, and a sound like a tiger's roar came from his body, with a fierce and domineering aura, as if he was possessed by the king of beasts. Zhou Shan's fists also carried a fierce aura. Before the Chinese New Year, he followed his third senior brother Sha Zhang to experience bandit suppression. He killed not 100 but 80 bandits, so he naturally had a vicious aura about him. Boom boom. Zhou Shan went straight to Wanglong, and this tiger fist hit Zhuang Yang hard on the chest. Although Zhuang Yang took the lead, Zhou Shan anticipated Zhuang Yang's move and struck later. The tiger descends the mountain. This is the most powerful move among the 13 tiger forms. It can increase one's own strength several times in an instant. The bone strengthening level can withstand double the force, while the tiger bone can triple the force. If it reaches the iron bone level, it can explode 4 times. The force of Zhou Shan's attack already exceeded 100,000 kilograms. Zhuang Yang felt as if he was hit by a large truck traveling at high speed. He flew backwards for more than 10 meters and landed heavily on the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth and his body twitched. His chest was dented directly from the blow. The bones as strong as tiger bones were shattered by the terrifying force, and the lungs and heart were shattered. Zhuang Yang is a second-level bone-forging warrior, and he has also cultivated tiger bones. His bone strength is 7 or 8 times that of ordinary people, but facing Zhou Shan, he couldn't even catch a single blow. Zhou Shan didn't even use his spiritual power to control the objects. If he used the black iron flying needle, Zhuang Yang would probably be killed without even having time to react. At the same time, the soul-destroying technique was not used. Zhou Shan stepped forward and ended the dying Zhuang Yang's life. Come out, Zhou Shan said calmly. 5th Master. I've met the 5th Master. As he finished speaking, 2 figures emerged from the shadows of the corner. These 2 people are the guard commanders of Weiyuan martial arts, and they are both warriors who have reached the 2nd level of bone forging. The bandits were attacking the city. After receiving the news, they were worried about Zhou Shan's safety, so they rushed over from Weiyuan Martial Arts Center first. Then they saw the scene in front of them, which shocked them deeply. Zhuang Yang, this is the current leader of the Blood Leopard Bandits. He was already a 2nd-level bone-forging warrior a few years ago, and he has reached the tiger bone level. However, facing Zhou Shan, he couldn't even block a single move, live. They knew that Zhou Shan had reached the 2nd level of bone forging not long ago, but they didn't expect that Zhou Shan's strength was so strong. Zhuang Yang, who had reached the 2nd level of bone forging, was not Zhou Shan's 1st-level enemy. You know, it has only been about a month since Zhou Shan started practicing bone forging. In 1 month, he had broken through from the strong bone on the 1st level of bone forging to the tiger bone on the 2nd level of bone forging, and defeated Zhuang Yang, the leader of the Blood Leopard Bandits who had been on the 2nd level of bone forging for many years, with 1 move. It was not even an instant kill. No, this is really unbelievable. It took them 5 or 6 years to break through from the 1st level of strong bone forging to the 2nd level of tiger bone forging. Now that they are nearly 40, they are still at the 2nd level of tiger bone, which is still close to breaking through to the 3rd level of iron bone. A young Marquis of Fire, let alone one who has cultivated qi and blood wolf smoke. If there is no special opportunity, such as finding a 2nd-level treasure plant that can reshape a person, relying on time to reach the 2nd-level bone forging and 3rd-level iron bone is basically their end point, and there will not be much improvement. Gifted. Martial arts wizard. The 2 guard commanders of Weiyuan martial arts secretly thought in their hearts. Before, they didn't understand why the sect leader would accept Zhou Shan, a fisherman, as his disciple. Even if Zhou Shan was good at fishing, it wasn't enough for the sect leader to accept him as a disciple. Now it seems that the martial arts talent of the 5th disciple accepted by the sect leader even exceeds that of senior brother Lu Yin. Zhou Shan saw the shock in their eyes, but he did not explain anything. His status is higher than the 2 guard commanders of Weiyuan martial arts. There is no need to explain his cultivation progress to the 2 of them. He also detected the existence of the two of them because of his mental power and knew that they were nearby, so he did not use spiritual power to control objects. The existence of mental power is his trump card. Once you use your spiritual power to control objects, you must kill all enemies. The two leaders of Weiyuan martial arts were not enemies, but Zhou Shan did not want them to discover his secret, so he did not use his mental power to use black iron flying spears to deal with the bandit leader Zhuang Yang of the Blood Leopard Water Bandits. With his strength, even without using his mental power to use the black iron flying needle, he was enough to kill Zhuang Yang. Since you are here, it saves me a trip, Zhou Shan said. You guys immediately summoned all the guards from the martial arts industry, and together with the guards from the wealthy merchants on East Street, we jointly resisted the bandits and eliminated them. He mentally sensed that among the bandits who broke into East Street, the strongest one was Zhuang Yang, the leader of the Blood Leopard Bandits, who died in his hands. The rest of the bandits did not reach the second level of bone forging. The strength of the Weiyuan martial arts is enough to suppress this group of thieves. Yes, Fifth Master. The two guard commanders of Weiyuan martial arts held their fists and said. There are 16 powerful bandit groups in Beisha River. These 16 bandit groups are all led by second-rate warriors who have reached the second level of bone forging. The top 5 have first-rate warriors who have reached the third level of internal organs training, and the first-ranked Golden Lion bandit group has a super first-rate warrior who has reached the fourth level of blood exchange. In Dakion, the blood-strengthening level can only be called a quasi-warrior. Only those who have reached the first level of skin grinding can be called real first-rate warriors. There are also 3, 6, and 9 levels of first-rate warriors. The first level of skin grinding is a third-rate warrior, the second level of bone forging is a second-rate warrior, the third level of internal organs training is a first-rate warrior, the fourth level of blood exchange is a super first-rate warrior, and the martial arts practitioners who have reached the fifth level above are called masters. The Blood Leopard Bandit group ranks last among the 16 bandit groups. The bandits who attacked East Street were mainly the Blood Leopard Bandit group. Zhou Shan killed Zhuang Yang, the leader of the Blood Leopard Bandits, and 2 second-level bone forging guards from Weiyuan Wuxing joined with hundreds of guards from the Wuxing. The bandits who broke into East Street and robbed retreated immediately when they saw that the situation was not good. During the retreat, many bandits were killed by the guards of Weiyuan Wuxing. Soon, East Street returned to peace. But the chaos in East Street was only a corner of the inner city. Other areas of the inner city were still in chaos, with shouts of killing everywhere. The red flames in several places in the city were getting more and more intense, and at the same time, they were mixed with majestic blood and qi, rising into the sky like wolf smoke, which was very conspicuous in the dark night. The second-level bone forging was perfect, and the blood and qi had broken the limit for the second time. If it burst out with all its strength, the majestic blood and qi could roar out of the body several meters to more than 10 meters away, just like the hands and feet that were extended, which could be used for attack or defense. For the first-class warriors who reached the third level of internal training, the blood and qi were even more vigorous and as fierce as fire. Zhou Shan stood on a tall building and looked around. Battles broke out in all parts of the inner city. Especially in the direction of Laming Martial Arts School, the county government and the Bai family. Even without spiritual perception, one can see the extremely vigorous blood and qi rising to the sky. Facing such a majestic blood and qi, ordinary warriors would find it difficult to even approach. The blood and qi in the body would be suppressed, and even the slightest blood and qi would be difficult to mobilize. This is the blood and qi possessed by super first-class warriors who have reached the fourth realm of blood exchange. Blood and qi are like lead and mercury. Against super first-class warriors who have exchanged blood in the fourth realm, ordinary third-rate warriors and second-rate warriors have no power to resist. The blood and qi in the body will be suppressed and difficult to mobilize. Only super first-class warriors at the same realm can resist. These 3 places are all super first-class warriors who have reached the fourth realm of blood exchange fighting. Laming Martial Arts School is closest to East Street. Zhou Shan saw that in the sky above the direction where the Thundering Martial Arts School was located, the majestic qi and blood condensed into 2 huge qi and blood phases in the void, a unicorn beast with dazzling silver brilliance and flashing lightning, and a lion emitting golden light. These 2 beasts are more than 10 meters long. This is the qi and blood phase. Zhou Shan's eyes slightly condensed as he looked at the 2 beasts that appeared in the distant void. The chi and blood phase of the four realms blood exchange cannot be completed at will. It requires the corresponding heavenly materials and earthly treasures to assist in completing the blood exchange and casting. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures required for different chi and blood phases are also different. Once the casting is completed, the chi and blood phase will also have corresponding characteristic abilities. For example, the chi and blood phase condensed by Lin Lei, the owner of the Thundering Martial Arts School, is the Thunder Beast phase. After performing the Thunder Beast phase, he is blessed by the Thunder Beast phase. Each move contains a force of thunder and lightning, which is terrifying. The other lion beast emitting golden light was in the Golden Lion phase. This was the blood phase condensed by Xie Dongtian, the leader of the Golden Lion bandits. With the blessing of the Golden Lion phase, Xie Dongtian would have the power of diamond. Lin Lei and Xie Dongtian burst out the blood phase, which meant that they had fought with all their strength. That is, demonic energy. Zhou Shan looked in the direction of the county government and the Bai family. In these two places, there were also top-notch warriors who exchanged blood in the fourth realm. However, these two places actually burst out demonic energy that only monsters have, but this demonic energy is not pure demonic energy, but the blood of the human race mixed with demonic energy. This is a demon warrior, Zhou Shan said secretly in his heart. If a human warrior is polluted by demonic energy, his body parts will become demonized and become a demon, but some human warriors, in order to become stronger, will take the initiative to refine the demon pill essence blood of the powerful demon race. Especially from the third realm of internal training to the fourth realm of blood exchange. If a warrior wants to change blood and forge a body, he needs to use special treasures. But in this world, the number of treasures is limited, and different skills require different treasures. The treasures that can help warriors change blood and forge a body are things that money can't buy. In order to break through to a higher realm, gain more powerful power, or not want to die when their lifespan is almost over, some warriors will try every means to improve their strength, and demon warriors come from this. Among the demons, the demon commander who reaches the fourth realm will condense a demon pill in his body. If a first-class warrior who has perfected the third realm of internal organs can refine the demon pill of the fourth realm demon commander, or the essence and blood in the body of the fifth realm demon, he can also complete a marrow washing and blood exchange with the power of the demon pill essence and blood. However, if one uses the demon pills and blood essence of the demon race to break through to the fourth realm and exchange blood, one's own blood will be polluted and thus become a demon. Even with this disadvantage, there are still many people who are willing to refine demon pills to break through to the fourth realm and exchange blood. Especially the followers of the Wusheng sect. They were suppressed by the court, and the resources they relied on were provided by the hostile countries of Dakion. These countries naturally would not take out the natural treasures that could wash the marrow and exchange blood without any side effects. At most, they would provide some demon pills of the fourth realm demon commanders and the blood essence of the great demons. In this way, even if the followers of the Wusheng sect broke through to the fourth realm and exchanged blood, they would become monsters. Becoming a demon not only means that one's body will be demonized, but also that one's own personality will be affected. One's emotions will become unstable, irritable and bloodthirsty, and moody. It is equivalent to a time bomb. The various forces of Dakion will not accept monsters at all, so the followers of the Wusheng sect can only obey their orders obediently. This is one of the means by which the forces behind the Wusheng sect control them. For the battles in these three places, Zhou Shan only dared to watch from a distance and did not dare to approach at all. He even didn't release his mental power, but watched the battle with his naked eyes. If he released his mental power to investigate, the top-notch warriors who had reached the fourth level of blood exchange would definitely feel it. However, Zhou Shan was not interested in joining in the fun. The battle between the top-notch warriors who had reached the fourth level of blood exchange was not something he could intervene in at the moment. Even if he was watching the battle, he had to stay far away. The bandits' attack on the city was too sudden. Baisha County was unprepared, which allowed the bandits to cause considerable damage. But as the major forces in the city reacted, they immediately organized manpower to start a counterattack. The county government, the Bai family, the Laming Martial Arts School, and the Juling sect, the warriors from all major forces joined forces, and it didn't take long to repel the bandits who broke into the city and also killed many bandits. However, the two demon warriors from the Wusheng sect who had reached the four realms of blood exchange, and Xie Dongtian, the leader of the Golden Lion Water Bandits, escaped smoothly. The super first-class warriors who had achieved the four realms of blood exchange were not so easy to kill, unless they were killed by several of their colleagues. The warriors were surrounded, or the number of marrow cleansing and blood exchange between the two was too different, resulting in a huge disparity in strength. Otherwise, even if you can't beat him, you still have no problem if you want to leave. The two demon warriors from the Wusheng sect and Xie Dongtian escaped from the county town with only minor injuries at most. The thieves retreated, and the various forces did not pursue them. First, they were worried about an ambush. After all, the anti-thief group Wusheng cult organized and planned this operation. No one knew whether the Wusheng cult had any backups, so they did not dare to pursue them rashly. Second, there is still a fire burning in the city and it must be extinguished as soon as possible. Forces from all sides organized manpower to put out the fire, and the amount of damage that could be restored was calculated. It didn't take long. Fires in various parts of the city were put out one after another. As the sun rises, every force is counting their losses. The Juling sect is the second largest force in Beixia County. Even if the sect leader Lin Yuanshang is not here, there are still more than a dozen first-class warriors who have reached the third level of Zhang training. This is a strong bone. The thieves who break into the city only need to, unless his head was kicked by a donkey, he would not take the initiative to provoke the Giant Spirit sect. Therefore, the loss of Giant Spirit sect is not big. The main task of these thieves is to burn down the granaries, and then they rob the wealthy households, all of which are small and medium-sized wealthy businessmen, including gold, silver, jewelry, etc. They take away everything they can, and everything they cannot take away is a fire. Burn. Commercial ports, fishing piers, and fish markets were all damaged. Zhou Shan's shop in the fish market, Zhouji fish stalls, was also burned down by a fire. Although he is the fifth master in Julingmen, the only property that really belongs to him is this shop in the fish market. Weiyuan Wuxing only takes over it temporarily and does not belong to him. If he wants to rebuild the fish market, he needs take a while. However, Zhou Shan killed Zhuang Yang, the leader of the Blood Leopard Water Bandits, and the reward for this man was as high as 15,000 taels of silver. With this reward, he could sustain himself for a long time. The river patrol team is basically useless. Looking at the news that had just been sent, Zhou Shan couldn't help but sigh. Yesterday, the river patrol team suffered heavy losses. The task of the river patrol team is to patrol the river and maintain the order of the river. They often deal with water bandits in Yunwu days. In this way, the river patrol team united with many water bandits to defeat Liangzi. Yesterday, the water bandits invaded the county. In addition to completing the mission of the Wusheng cult's envoy, they naturally wanted revenge. The leader of the river patrol team was also the river patrol envoy. Half of the 8 deputy commanders were dead, and the remaining few were seriously injured. The big boss below is almost dead. Zhao Ping's family is also dead. Everything in the world is unpredictable. Tomorrow or the accident, no one knows which will come first. Zhou Shan couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Ping, deputy commander of the river patrol team, is the man behind Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting and the girl from the Zhao family have already made an engagement and will get married soon. But I didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Something happened to Zhao Ping's family, so naturally this marriage couldn't happen. Fortunately, Zhang Ting has not yet married Miss Zhao. Otherwise, Zhang Ting would have lived in the Zhao mansion after getting married, and it would have been difficult to escape yesterday's disaster. Things in the world often involve misfortunes and blessings, and are unpredictable. In this troubled world, strength is the foundation. Only when you are strong and have the strength to fear nothing can you protect yourself and those around you from harm when accidents come. After yesterday's disaster, Zhou Shan became even more eager to improve his strength. With his strength and the use of mental power to control objects, he is capable of fighting against the first-class warriors who have practiced internal organs in the third realm, but he is no match for the super first-class warriors who have exchanged blood in the fourth realm. Although there was no real battle, Zhou Shan watched the battle from a distance last night. Through the aftermath, he could probably understand part of the strength of the super-class warrior, which he could not resist for the time being. Therefore, Zhou Shan was eager to improve his strength. At least it must be upgraded to a level where a top-notch warrior can protect himself in the face of changes in the Four Realms. Otherwise, it would be dangerous if the four-realm blood-changing demon warrior from the Wusheng sect accidentally took the wrong medicine and found him. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. Every day, 1 point of spiritual attribute will be added. Strength: 79. Defense: 76. Agility: 42. Constitution: 92. Spirit: 332. Martial Arts: Giant Spirit 5 Shape Kung Fu Ox Shape Perfection, Bear Shape Perfection, Tiger Shape Proficient 52%, Soul Frightening Technique 4th level 24%, Turtle Breathing Technique 6th level Perfection, Gravel Fist Perfect, Swimming Fish Body Technique Perfect. Compared to when I controlled the red-scaled snake, more than a month has passed. My mental attributes have improved a lot, and I can use the soul-destroying technique to control the second water monster. Looking at the data on the panel, Zhou Shan thought to himself. Controlling only the red-scaled snake, the speed of searching for precious plants and fish in the Beisha River is still too slow. If 2, 3, or even more than 10 or dozens of monsters can be controlled, the efficiency will be greatly improved. With this idea in mind, Zhou Shan immediately let the red-scaled snake search for monsters in the Beisha River through the mental connection. The 4th year of Yongchang, the 23rd day of the 1st lunar month. Zhou Shan rowed the new boat away from the fishing dock. After no one was around, the red-scaled snake carried the black-sailed boat underwater and came to Shichuo. I hope the monster this time has not eaten people, Zhou Shan said secretly in his heart. In the past few days, the red-scaled snake has found many monsters. However, these monsters have eaten people and tasted the taste of people. For the spirits and monsters, eating people is like taking drugs. The wonderful feeling that can improve their own spiritual wisdom is something that the spirits and monsters can't give up at all, so these monsters are naturally killed by Zhou Shan. The corpses of these monsters were swallowed and refined by the red-scaled snake. Now, the red-scaled snake has also reached the perfection of the 1st level small monster, and is not far from breaking through to the 2nd level monster soldier. A few hours later, Zhou Shan arrived at Shifuchuo. After a while, the red-scaled snake led Zhou Shan into the territory of the monster. This is a crab monster. Zhou Shan released his mental power to explore deep into the water, and immediately saw a huge crab. The width and height of this crab monster are both more than 2 meters, and a pair of large claws are like a big iron hammer. Sensing that another monster has entered its territory, this crab monster also immediately rushed towards the direction of the red-scaled snake. 2nd Realm Demon Soldier. Zhou Shan sensed the life fluctuations of this crab demon, and the demonic energy contained in it was much stronger than that of the red-scaled snake. It was obviously a demon soldier who had reached the 2nd level, compared to a second-rate warrior who had reached the 2nd level of bone forging. This crab monster has never eaten humans. Seeing that the crab demon rushed straight towards the red-scaled snake instead of directly towards himself, Zhou Shan knew that this crab demon had never eaten humans. Otherwise, if the crab demon sensed the presence of human aura, it would rush to him first. But once any monster that has eaten humans senses the presence of humans, it is like a shark smelling the smell of blood. It has a unique attraction and will definitely not be able to resist this temptation and attack humans. Zhou Shan did not sense this change in emotion from this crab demon. Therefore, he judged that this crab monster had not eaten anyone. Monsters that have never eaten humans are the targets Zhou Shan wants to control. At this time, the crab demon's giant hammer-like claws broke through the water flow, and rushed towards the red-scaled snake as quickly as a water chariot, trying to kill the intruder who broke into its territory. The red-scaled snake is just a perfect little demon, so naturally it is no match for the crab demon. Zhou Shan's mental power surged, and he used the soul-terrifying technique, and a barbaric and domineering spiritual power blasted into the crab demon's mind. Buzz! The crab demon's spirit was attacked and he immediately stopped. However, the crab demon is a 2nd-level demon soldier. In terms of strength, it is much stronger than the red-scaled snake, and its mental power is also stronger. It did not immediately lose the power to resist when it was subjected to mental bombardment. The majestic demon energy surged, and it tried its best to resist. The invasion of spiritual power. Monster energy is the energy and blood of monsters. Chi, blood and spiritual power are two different forces. But the two can also influence each other. The chi and blood are so powerful that they can ignore mental power or even directly disperse it. For example, if Zhou Shan uses the soul-destroying technique on a super-class warrior who has reached the 4 realms of blood exchange, the majestic energy and blood will instantly shatter his mental power, making it impossible to even get close, let alone invade the sea of spiritual consciousness. Bingo. On the contrary, if the spiritual power far exceeds the chi and blood, it can easily defeat the chi and blood. Zhou Shan's mental attribute value exceeds 300 points, far exceeding the other 4 attributes. If calculated according to the numerical value, the physical attribute exceeds 100 feet, which is probably equivalent to the second level of bone forging to successfully cultivate the chi and blood wolf smoke. Therefore, the crab demon only persisted for a while before it could no longer resist, its pupils expanded, and it stood there blankly. After the crab demon stopped struggling, Zhou Shan's mental power began to condense into a talisman made of mental power in the crab demon's mind, and then he outlined a rune pattern on this mental talisman. After a while, the talisman was completely formed and imprinted on the crab demon's spiritual consciousness. It's done. Zhou Shan had a smile on his face. There are already 2 spiritual links in his sea of spiritual consciousness. These 2 spiritual links are between the red-scaled snake and the crab demon that he just controlled. To maintain these 2 spiritual links, Zhou Shan's mental power is consumed all the time, but with his mental strength and recovery ability, he can still withstand this consumption. Looking for treasure plants, treasure fish. After Zhou Shan assigned the mission to the crab demon and the red-scaled snake, he returned to the county town. As soon as he returned to the county town, the 3rd senior brother Sha Zhang came to the door and said, "5th junior brother, the river patrol team suffered heavy losses this time. The river patrol was fatal. This position is temporarily vacant. I want you to take the position of commander of the river patrol team first. First hold this position in your own hands, and wait until mid-February, when the 3-year martial arts competition begins. At that time, my father will recommend you to become a martial arts student. As long as you gain fame and have the ability to exterminate bandits, and if you kill the bandit leader of the Blood Leopard Bandit, you will get an official status and become a 9th-level river patrol envoy." A martial arts competition held every 3 years. Zhou Shan had a thoughtful look on his face. The Qian dynasty established the country with force. If you make achievements in martial arts, you can gain fame by participating in martial arts competitions, and then become an official in the court. Although the Daqian dynasty was founded for more than 600 years, the administration was corrupt and the bureaucracy was corrupt, the imperial court was still the strongest force. No force dared to easily provoke the local government, and ordinary people wanted to join the government even if they broke their heads. Moreover, the imperial court also holds the largest resources. For example, the treasures of heaven, materials on earth that can allow people to cleanse their marrow and exchange blood can be redeemed as long as they perform enough meritorious deeds. Even the imperial court has panacea that can help super-class warriors from the 4th realm to break through to the 5th realm. But it is not easy for ordinary people to become officials in the court. Nobles with titles can directly recommend their family members to become officials. But if ordinary people want to become officials, there are basically only 3 ways. The first is to join the army. As long as you obtain military merit, you will naturally be promoted step by step. The second type is to worship the heavenly holy cult since childhood. Tianshengjiao is the state religion of Daqian, and its disciples who pass the examination can hold official positions in the court of Daqian. The third type is to participate in martial arts competitions. However, the martial arts competition is held every 3 years, and the age must be under 20 years old. The martial arts examination mainly tests martial arts and has 5 levels: children's examination, college examination, rural examination, general examination and palace examination. As long as you pass the child test, you can have the identity of Wu Tongsheng. In the Zhuling sect, the third senior brother Sha Zhang was a Wu Shoukai in the first year of Yongchang, the second senior brother Lu Shaoj was a Wu Juren in the first year of Yongchang, and the eldest senior brother Lu Yin was a Wu Juren in the 53rd year of Taishan. Master Lin Yuanshang was a Wu Juren in the 35th year of Taishan. If you are willing to serve as an official in the court, someone in the court will recommend you. With the reputation of a Wujuran, you can at least get a 7th rank official. The so-called recommendation is a power possessed by Dakion officials. The law of the Dakion dynasty stipulates, if an official recommends, then you can be exempted from the Wuju Tongshi assessment and directly have the reputation of a Wu Tongsheng. The reputation is somewhat similar to the title. With the reputation, you have all kinds of privileges. For example, tax exemptions, being able to enter the scholar register, killing a commoner without a reputation can donate money to atone for the crime. As long as you do not commit a serious crime such as rebellion and killing the royal family, you will not be sentenced to death. At most, you will be exiled and sent to the army, and you can make meritorious contributions while guilty. In short, the higher the reputation, the more privileges. Whether it is a noble family with a title or a noble family with a good reputation, they all belong to the privileged class. However, compared with a title, the latter can be inherited, and some even have fiefs, but the reputation cannot be inherited. Most of the noble families with titles in the Dakion dynasty were conferred when the country was founded. Okay, Zhou Shan nodded. The military examination is held only once every 3 years, and the age must not exceed 20 years old. He is already 18 this year, and the next military examination will be 21 years old. He is not eligible to participate in the military examination. No matter whether he will become an official in the future, he should not miss this military examination if he can participate. If you have a good reputation, you will squeeze into the privileged class. That's it. Zhou Shan became the leader of the River Patrol team. If the leader of the River Patrol team received the post of the 9th rank River Patrol Inspector, the fishing gang would make a living under him. The original leader of the River Patrol team came from the fishing gang, or in other words, the backer of the fishing gang. Now that the leader of the River Patrol team is dead, Sha Zhang directly arranged Zhou Shan to become the leader of the River Patrol team. On the day Zhou Shan became the leader of the River Patrol team, the leader of the fishing gang came to visit him after receiving the news. The leader of the fishing gang naturally couldn't come empty-handed when he came to visit. 2/4 of an hour later, Zhou Shan sent the leader of the fishing gang away. 3,000 taels of silver per month. In the main hall, Zhou Shan looked at the 6 boxes of silver taels sent by the fishing gang. 1 box of silver taels is 500 taels, and 6 boxes are 3,000 taels. These 3,000 taels of silver are the tributes sent by the leader of the fishing gang, and they are sent every month. No wonder everyone wants to be an official. Looking at the 3,000 taels of silver, Zhou Shan sighed to himself. Although he is now only the leader of the River Patrol team and has not become a River Patrol officer of the 9th rank, with his current status, he does not need to take the martial arts examination, and he will be directly recommended by officials. With the fame of a martial arts student, plus the merits he has made, and the recommendation of the River County Magistrate, he is qualified to be a River Patrol officer of the 9th rank, so the leader of the fishing gang came to pay his respects immediately. For Dakion officials, the risk of corruption and bribery is not great. Because officials from top to bottom in the court do this, it would be a bit different if he did not do this, and the 3,000 taels of silver are not all Zhou Shan's, half of them have to be handed over to the River County Magistrate. The fishing gang not only pays tribute to him, but also the general manager of the fish market at least pays tribute. The leader of the River Patrol team is also the River Patrol envoy, and the fish market manager is also the tax officer of the river, who is responsible for collecting fishing taxes and managing the fish market. The benefits are greater, but the tribute collected by the fish market manager must also be handed over to the county magistrate of Hidao. Gangs, landlords, and wealthy businessmen oppress and exploit the lower class people. The government harvests these gangs, landlords, and wealthy businessmen. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimps. Now, Zhou Shan barely squeezed into the big fish level. Zhou Shan collected 3 boxes of silver, and the other 3 boxes were sent to the residence of the county magistrate of Hidao. The following days, in addition to daily practice, Zhou Shan also began to read military books. Although the martial arts examination is mainly based on martial arts, in order to pass the academy examination and become a martial arts scholar, or even a higher level martial arts candidate, a martial arts scholar, in addition to martial arts, knowledge of military books will also be tested, and you must be able to write policy essays. Martial arts accounted for 70%, and policy essays accounted for 30%. In the blink of an eye, time came to mid-February. Zhou Shan ate the second-level treasure fish fire pattern fish caught by the crab monster and began to practice bone forging. Tiger pattern fish and fire pattern fish are only one word different, but the effects of the two are more than 10 times different. The effect of a fire pattern fish is equivalent to that of more than a dozen tiger pattern fish, or even dozens of tiger pattern fish. Zhou Shan ate the blood and flesh of the fire pattern fish, and boiled the bones into soup, all poured into the stomach, and then began to practice the 13 tiger forms to transport qi and blood, speed up the peristalsis of the stomach, and quickly refine it into fish meat and fish soup. Suddenly, pure energy continued to permeate the whole body. Under the guidance of the 13 tiger forms, these pure energies completed a cycle in the body, and after reaching the peak, they were all integrated into the bones of the whole body. As these pure energies merged, Zhou Shan suddenly felt his bones become warm, then hot, and became hotter and hotter, just like a flame, or magma, flowing into the bones. This is the energy contained in the fire pattern fish. The soup made from the flesh and bones of the fire pattern fish can burn the bones like a flame, remove impurities, and make the bones harder and tighter. This process is extremely painful, and only warriors who have entered the practice of forging bones can bear it. If ordinary people take the fire pattern fish, it will not only fail to burn the bones, but will directly burn the bones, thus becoming a useless person, and may even be burned to death. Whether it is a treasure fish or a treasure plant, as long as it exceeds the first level, it is not something that ordinary people can take casually. The kind of natural treasure that can increase the power of decades or hundreds of years after taking it, and can make people comparable to super first-class warriors, only exists in storybook novels. The higher the level of the treasure fish and treasure plant, the more terrifying the energy contained. If ordinary people take it rashly, there is only one result, that is, exploding and dying. At this time, Zhou Shan only felt that all the bones in his body were washed by the terrifying magma, and the bones became harder and tighter as they were continuously smelted. It was like putting a piece of iron into a furnace and continuously refining it, removing the impurities in it, and turning the raw iron into refined iron. This process lasted for 3 hours. It's over. Zhou Shan exhaled a long breath of hot air. At this time, he felt that his bones seemed to have become heavier. This was because the quality of the bones became heavier. From the tiger bone to the iron bone, the quality of the bones was further improved. Now I have also reached the third level of bone forging and have cultivated iron bones. Zhou Shan mobilized his mental power to look inward and observe the bones. At this time, his bone density was several times higher than before, and he really reached the iron bone level. Next, it was the second breakthrough of the blood and qi, and the cultivation of the blood and qi wolf smoke. Only after cultivating the blood and qi smoke can one practice the 3 realms of internal organs training. Fifth Master, someone from the county government is here. At this moment, a servant came to the door to report. I know. Zhou Shan nodded, changed his clothes and left the training room. Calculating the time, the martial arts examination ended yesterday. Now the county government's yamen runners are here, probably to deliver the martial arts students' merit list, student seal and student martial arts uniform. Although the martial arts student is the lowest level of merit in the Dakian dynasty, it also has some benefits and privileges. For example, you can receive 100 taels of silver from the court every month, and you don't need to kneel like ordinary people when you meet officials of the 7th rank and below on some special occasions. You can even use silver to atone for your sins if you kill someone. Of course, the premise is that the person you kill has no background and is just an ordinary person. The higher the merit, the more privileges. After a while, Zhou Shan saw the yamen runners sent by the county government. He also received the merit list, student seal and student martial arts uniform, and officially became a martial arts student with merit. Congratulations to Mr. Zhou Wu for becoming a martial arts student. After presenting the martial arts student with all the necessary items, the yamen runners began to congratulate him. Thank you for all the hard work. Zhou Shan was not stingy and gave each of the yamen runners money. Fifth junior brother, now that you have obtained the title of Wu Tongsheng, you must report to the Wu Academy in the county city before March, study in the Wu Academy for 3 months, and after passing the Wu Academy assessment, you can become a Wu Shokai. Not long after the county yamen runners left, third senior brother Sha Zhong also came to congratulate. The Daqian dynasty's Wushu examination was held every 3 years. The 5 levels of Tongxi, Yuanxi, Shangxi, Wuxi and Dianxi were all held in the same year. The Tongxi was held in mid-February and selected by the county. The Shangxi was held in early June. Wu Tongsheng, who passed the Tongxi assessment, had to enter the Wu Academy in the county city to study for 3 months, and then be selected by the county city Wu Academy. The Shangxi was held in September and had to go to the prefecture city to be selected by the prefecture. If you passed the Shangxi, you would be a Wu Juren. The next Wuxi was held in December and had to be participated in the capital. The Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War jointly presided over the selection of Jinshi who passed the examination to participate in the final palace examination. The palace examination is also called the imperial examination or the court examination. The emperor personally set the questions for the examination, and then the Jinshi were divided into 3 classes. There are only 3 people in the first class, namely Wu Zhuangyuan, Wu Bengan and Wu Tanhua. The second class is granted the status of Wu Jinshi, and the third class is the same as Jinshi. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. I won't miss the time. Zhou Shan nodded. With his strength, it is not a problem to pass the academy examination and become a Wu Shokai. However, if you want to pass the provincial examination and become a Wu Juren, there is a quota limit. When you are lucky, you can pass the examination at the second level of bone forging tiger bone level. If you are unlucky, there are geniuses in all counties. Even if you reach the second level of bone forging perfection and cultivate the blood and blood wolf smoke, you may not be able to pass the provincial examination and become a Wu Juren. However, it is only mid-February now, and there are still 6.5 months before the provincial examination starting in September. More than half a year is enough for Zhou Shan to greatly improve his strength. The 4th year of Yongchang, February 18th. The night before, the martial arts students of Baisha County agreed to go to the county town. Zhou Shan's spiritual connection in his mind emitted fluctuations, and the crab monster and the red-scaled snake discovered something. He immediately went out and came to the newly built fishing dock, and slowly left with the black-sailed boat. After a while, the red-scaled snake appeared and carried the black-sailed boat forward in the water. A few hours later, Zhou Shan came to Shichutuo, where the underwater terrain was complex. After arriving at the destination, Zhou Shan followed the crab monster and the red-scaled snake into the water. The water depth here exceeded 70 meters, and there was a large crack more than 5 meters wide on the bottom of the water. This large crack was unfathomable. Zhou Shan released his spiritual power to explore, and the depth of the large crack was also more than 30 meters. After exploring with his spiritual power, Zhou Shan soon found a stone cave in the large crack. The stone cave was surrounded by black vines. On these black vines, there were fruits as big as blueberries. Seeing these fruits, Zhou Shan seemed to smell a fragrance, which was not smelled by the nose, but the fragrance perceived at the spiritual level. This is the second-level treasure plant soul-nourishing fruit, which has the effect of warming the soul and improving the spirit. At the same time, Zhou Shan went deep into the stone cave covered with black vines and found that there was a skeleton and a loach monster over 3 meters long in the cave. Squeak! The loach monster immediately made a sharp squeak when it found that a monster had entered its territory. At the same time, an invisible force hit Zhou Shan's spirit. This loach monster actually mastered the spiritual power. When Zhou Shan felt this invisible power, he was very familiar with it. This is the spiritual power he has always relied on. It's just that this spiritual power is much weaker than his. If you make a comparison, it should be equivalent to his spiritual attribute just breaking through 100 and reaching the level of spiritual mist. Compared with this, his spiritual power is like an egg hitting a stone. This loach monster must have eaten the soul-nourishing fruit, which made its soul spirit so strong that it gave birth to spiritual power. Moreover, this loach monster's use of spiritual power was very superficial. It only knew how to use spiritual power in conjunction with screams to attack in a way similar to sound waves, and did not master the relevant spiritual secrets. For Zhou Shan, the spiritual attack of the loach monster was like a drizzle on his face and waves hitting the towering mountains. It did not pose any threat to him at all and could not shake his spirit in the slightest. At the same time, Zhou Shan mobilized his spiritual power to fight back. The two different spiritual powers collided, and the Loach monster's spiritual power was instantly defeated. At the same time, Zhou Shan's spiritual power invaded the Loach monster's spiritual sea of consciousness, and began to perform the soul-scaring technique, condensing spiritual talismans in the Loach monster's spiritual sea of consciousness. This Loach monster has never eaten a person, so it can be controlled mentally. Time passed little by little. Compared to controlling the crab monster and the red-scaled snake, Zhou Shan spent more time to establish a spiritual connection in the spiritual sea of the Loach monster. After half an hour, Zhou Shan condensed a spiritual talisman in the Loach monster's spiritual sea of consciousness, completed the control, and established a spiritual connection between the two. After controlling the Loach monster, Zhou Shan swam towards the stone cave in the big crack. Pushing aside the black vines at the entrance of the stone cave was also full of black vines, and deep in the black vines was a crystal clear, but cracked white skeleton. The bone density of this white skeleton is even higher than mine. Zhou Shan's mental power swept over and determined that this skeleton must have been a martial arts master in his lifetime. Because even if he had cultivated iron bones, his bones were not as hard as this skeleton, but the bones of this skeleton were covered with dense cracks, indicating that the other party died abnormally. When Zhou Shan's mental power swept over, he also found a few lines of words on the stone wall behind the skeleton. I am the true disciple of the White Bone Tao. I chased Da Zhou to Kenglin River, but I was ambushed and my soul collapsed. I was seriously injured. I will not live long, and I drifted here. The destined person. You can send my body back to this place. Jingzheng. Year. Zhou Shan's mental power swept over the words on the stone wall. But because it was too long ago, most of them were blurred, and only a few could be recognized. The year is Jingzheng, which is at least more than 100 years old. Zhou Shan recalled the year of Daqian. The year of Daqian today is Yongchang, and now it is the 4th year of Yongchang. The last reign was Taishan, which lasted for 55 years. The last reign was Yuanqing, which lasted for 66 years, and the last reign was Jingzheng. Even from the end of Jingzheng to now, it has been more than 120 years. After more than 100 years, the skeleton's bones have not decayed, and the bone density is far higher than Zhou Shan's own bones, which means that this skeleton had at least reached the level of blood exchange in the 4th realm before his death, and it may even be higher. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.